Have you ever wondered what it would sound like if the universe could sing? Not in the way a bird sings or a violin hums, but in a deeper, older voice. A voice carried not on air but through the fabric of time and space itself. Out here, beyond the blue cradle of Earth, beyond the shimmer of satellites and the reach of human hands, the universe has always been singing, a quiet, rhythmic hum, gentle, eternal. Tonight we drift into that cosmic lullaby together. Take a breath, let it out slowly. You don't need to be anywhere else. You don't need to think about tomorrow or what came before. All that matters now is that you are here, listening. I will be your voice through this journey. Soft, steady, and calm. I'm here to guide you through this endless night sky. There is nothing to do but listen, to let go and to float gently among the stars. Now, close your eyes if you wish. Let the weight of the day fall away. Let the stars unfold. Our voyage begins on the edge of the Orion Arm, one of the spiral arms of our own Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way stretches across the night sky like a celestial river, a band of light dusted across black velvet. But from the quiet seat of our spacecraft, gently drifting with no destination but wonder itself, we see it differently. Here, there is no up or down, just endless, a soft expanse of darkness sprinkled with a million points of light, each one a distant sun, a potential cradle of worlds. We drift slowly, like a feather on a breeze. The stars don't rush past, they glide, they shimmer, they wait. The silence is immense, and yet never empty. It's the kind of silence that feels alive, the kind that cradles every thought, until even those dissolve into stillness. Ahead of us is a nearby star cluster, the Pleiades, also called the Seven Sisters. These stars shimmer in an icy blue hue. They're young by cosmic standards, only about 100 million years old, still wrapped in the delicate embrace of the nebula from which they were born. As we approach, the light becomes softer, as if filtered through mist. The stars pulse gently, like breathing. It's easy to imagine music here, not from instruments, but from the very motion of light and gas, of gravity and time. The sound of this place isn't heard with ears, but felt in the soul. It's a vibration that runs through your body like a deep sigh. As we pass through the outer veil of the cluster, faint tendrils of blue gas shimmer like lace, glowing softly in the darkness. They do not rush. Nothing here hurries. Everything simply is. The stars of the Pleiades turn slowly in their gravitational ballet. Around each one, disks of dust and stone whisper the possibility of future worlds. Can you hear it? The low, resonant hum of matter, coalescing. The gentle pull of gravity weaving orbits, sculpting paths. It's as though the universe is composing a symphony with stardust and silence. A music that has been playing long before we arrived, and will play long after we drift away. Beyond the Pleiades, we adjust our drift, guided not by controls or engines, but by gravitational tides, the invisible currents of space. These tides lead us away from the bright, bustling arms of our galaxy and toward the quieter edges of interstellar space. As we move, the stars begin to spread farther apart. The silence deepens, thickens, becomes more profound. We pass near a solitary red giant, a dying star whose outer layers expand in a final breath. Its light is soft, warm, almost like the embers of a campfire left to glow under a blanket of night. Around it, a faint cloud of material floats. Layers it once held close, now released into the cosmos. This too is music. A long, slow note held over eons. It sings of transformation, of endings and beginnings, of the patient cycle of all things. You feel no fear here, only peace, only awe. This is not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of understanding. The hush that falls over a forest when snow begins to fall. The pause before the sun rises. The quiet between heartbeats. We begin to curve slowly around the red giant, pulled gently by its mass, and we see its silhouette framed against the spiral haze of the Milky Way. Each point of light is a star, each one possibly holding planets, moons, oceans, dreams. Somewhere out there, life may be drifting too. Looking up, wondering, listening. The ship hums softly, a tone so faint it's more like a thought than a sound. It's the vessel's heartbeat, a reassurance that we are held gently as we float further into the symphony. We pass through regions of space, laced with ancient starlight, where photons have traveled for tens of thousands of years just to reach this moment. Some pass through us, unnoticed, forgotten. Some linger on the edge of vision, casting soft glows on the walls of the cabin. You might begin to feel a little lighter now, not just from the absence of gravity, but from the slow release of tension. The longer we drift, the more the universe wraps us in its vast, soothing presence. Here, worries feel impossibly small. They cannot follow us among the stars. Far in the distance, barely visible is a globular cluster, an ancient gathering of stars packed tightly like grains of sand in a cosmic pearl. We will go there soon, but not yet. For now, we drift, suspended in the space between places. There's something sacred about these in-between moments, like the quiet after a deep breath, like floating between sleep and wakefulness. Our surroundings become darker, but not empty. We are entering a region of space called a dark nebula, a dense cloud of gas and dust that blocks the light from distant stars. It's like drifting into a velvet dream. The stars disappear for a moment, but we are not lost. The quiet deepens. The darkness here is comforting, not frightening. It feels like being wrapped in a blanket, woven from the edge of the universe. Inside the dark nebula, time feels slower. Thoughts drift like vapor. The ship glides smoothly, unbothered by friction or resistance. It's as if even time must pause to appreciate the majesty of this stillness. The nebula hums a low, steady tone, the sound of hydrogen atoms whispering across unimaginable distances. You can almost feel the pulse of the universe here, not as a beat, but as a flow, a subtle rhythm beneath all things, like a gentle tide pulling and releasing. This is the true music of the cosmos, a music too vast for ears but perfect for the heart. Eventually we begin to emerge from the dark nebula, like waking from a deep and restful dream. Stars appear again, slowly at first, then more brightly. It's like a sunrise, slow, soft, inevitable. One star catches your eye. It flickers just slightly, a rhythmic blinking, a pulsar, perhaps, the remnants of a collapsed star, spinning with precise regularity, sending out beams like a lighthouse in space. Even in death, the star continues to contribute to the cosmic symphony, a sharp ticking beat in the background of the universe's soft chords. All around us, the galaxy continues its endless motion. Stars spin, planets turn, dust gathers, light travels, and through it all, the music plays on. Sometimes it's loud and bright, in the birth of stars and the clash of galaxies, but more often, it is quiet, gentle, waiting, just like now. As we drift farther from the galactic center, the density of stars thins, the space becomes darker, quieter, the notes stretch longer, the melody becomes even more peaceful, more reflective. You are still breathing slowly, evenly. The ship continues to glide without effort, and the symphony continues. Tonight, and for many hours to come, we will drift through this calm, cosmic music. The journey is only beginning, and there is no rush. As we leave behind the soft hush of the dark nebula and the flickering pulse of the distant pulsar, our path carries us into a region of space where the light begins to change. Not in brightness, but in texture. It becomes warmer, as if the very photons have soaked in stories from their long journey across the cosmos. Our ship continues its gentle, gliding drift through the vast, velvety black, and the stars now appear more sparse but more distinct. each one more pronounced against the deep canvas of space. There is something elegant about this part of the galaxy, something refined and unhurried. The stars here are older, quieter, as though their brightness has been tempered by millennia of observation. We are moving now toward the edge of a stellar nursery, an emission nebula, a place where stars are born from clouds of gas and dust that have gathered patiently over millions of years. The nebula reveals itself slowly, like a sunrise emerging over a sleeping landscape. At first, we see only the faintest blush of color on the horizon of our vision, a hint of rose, a whisper of gold. But then, as we drift further, the view begins to unfold, and it is as if a vast cosmic painting has been revealed before us. Curtains of glowing hydrogen ripple across the void, lit from within by the new stars hidden in their fold. The gas swirls gently, slow as breath, forming shapes that shift and dissolve without ever rushing. Here, in this celestial nursery, the music of the universe feels like a lullaby, soft, nurturing, full of potential. We do not speak, nor need to. The scene says everything. Newborn stars sparkle like dew on the petals of a flower, nestled within the folds of gas like precious thoughts yet to form. Each of these stars will burn for billions of years, casting their light outward into the night, and some may cradle worlds of their own. In this moment, we are witness not to chaos, but to creation. We drift along the edge of the nebula, its colors washing over the hull of the ship in waves of pink and amber, lavender and gold. Light here behaves differently, bending and diffusing through the clouds in ways that make it seem alive. The ship's sensors do not beep or blink. Instead, they simply absorb, recording the quiet symphony of radiation and echo. It's like hearing a warm chord played on an ancient instrument, one that's been vibrating in the background since the beginning of time. Far ahead, a cluster of protostars burns in a tighter knot of gas, still cloaked in the afterbirth of their formation. The dust around them is thick, glowing softly from the heat of their struggle toward stability. Their light is still flickering, uncertain, like a candle in the wind. We do not intrude, we only watch. In this part of the galaxy, the silence is softer, but richer. It's like a thick quilt pulled gently over our senses. Our ship, guided not by control but by consent, eases forward through the tendrils of the nebula, as though it too respects the sacredness of this place. There's no rush, no need to catalog or define. Simply being here is enough. You may notice your breath again, slow, even, quiet. Your heartbeat steady, peaceful. Time stretches as we float through light older than humanity. Light that has waited so long to be seen. Every photon we pass has a story, a path traced through the dark, bouncing off particles, dancing with atoms, journeying until it touches us, and in touching us, it completes its tale. The view outside becomes more textured, more layered, like stained glass windows lit from within. Dust lanes weave through the glow, casting long, soft shadows across the gas clouds. The stars continue to sing, though not with sound. Their music is in their light, their temperature, their age. Some shine with a youthful blue, others a mellow gold, and still others pulse with the soft red of elder suns. This harmony of hues becomes our music, a visual symphony performed in the slowest, most deliberate rhythm. As we move beyond the nebula, the stars begin to cluster again, and before long we are entering the outskirts of a globular cluster. This one, Messier 13, known as the Great Hercules Cluster, is a densely packed gathering of hundreds of thousands of stars, all orbiting a common center in an ancient, graceful dance. These stars are some of the oldest in the galaxy, their light a golden glow, honed over 12 billion years. Approaching the cluster feels like moving toward a silent city in the sky. The density increases gradually, and then all at once the sky is filled with stars. So many that darkness seems only a background detail. The cluster's stars are closely spaced, yet perfectly balanced, each one tracing its path in harmony with the rest. It is an orchestra of motion, where gravity is the conductor and time the composer. We do not enter the center, for the pull there is too strong, too dense, and we seek peace, not pressure. Instead, we arc gently along its edge, catching glimpses of the inner brilliance through soft fields of starlight. The stars here feel wise, as though they have watched empires rise and fall on distant worlds, seen the bloom of galaxies and the quiet return of dust to dust. Some may have planets, though few will be hospitable. But that's not what matters now. What matters is the light, the golden, ancient light, that fills the space around us like a warm embrace. We float here for a while, our motion so slow it feels like stillness. The background hum of the universe becomes more noticeable again, not loud, just present. A low, cosmic tone, constant and soothing. It reminds you of a heartbeat or the sound of wind through leaves. If leaves could exist here, it is the tone of existence, the quiet song of being. Beyond the cluster, our next path lies in a more open region, where dark matter weaves its invisible threads through the galaxy. We cannot see it, but we can feel its presence, a subtle gravitational nudge here, a softened curve in the drift there. It is like passing through a field of silent whispers, each one encouraging us onward. As we move, we leave the thick starlight behind and re-enter a more open expanse, one where galaxies themselves begin to peek into view. Far in the distance, the Andromeda Galaxy hangs like a ghostly swirl, barely visible against the black. We will not reach it tonight, but we acknowledge it, a promise of future travels, a beacon of potential. Our ship continues, steady and gentle, with no sound but the soft echo of the cosmic lullaby that began long before we opened our eyes to the stars. And still that music plays, sometimes as light, sometimes as motion, sometimes as pure, welcoming silence. You may feel yourself growing heavier with sleep now, not with weight, but with restfulness. The kind of sleep that only comes when all things are in balance, when even time seems to exhale. The universe sings on, and we float in harmony, leaving behind the golden glow of the great Hercules cluster. Our ship gently pivots on the soft tides of gravity and slides once more into the deeper dark, the still and expansive realm between the great islands of light. This is intergalactic space, the broad, unfathomable ocean between galaxies, where the density of matter is so low that the nearest particle may be light years away from its neighbor. And yet it is here, in this emptiness, that a profound stillness lives. We are not rushing now, not traversing quickly from one marvel to the next, but gliding slowly through this sacred silence as though time itself has stretched open just to allow this passage. The stars behind us have faded into a pale smear of light, and ahead there is only blackness dotted with the faintest pinpricks. Not stars this time, but entire galaxies seen from across the void. The darkness here is velvet and vast, deep and comforting, like a warm blanket pulled gently over the senses. No sound, no motion, just the endless, patient presence of space. It is a silence not of absence, but of deep peace. Imagine yourself floating now, body weightless, mind unburdened, thoughts drifting like leaves on a gentle current. The ship, still humming its faint lullaby, moves as though guided by breath alone. Even the lights inside dim, allowing your eyes to adjust to the faint gleam of distant cluster. Out here, we can see the structure of the universe itself begin to take shape. Strands of light and matter woven into cosmic webs, with filaments stretching like the threads of an invisible loom, connecting galaxy to galaxy in an intricate dance beyond human time. Each glowing point is the home of countless stars, countless stories, countless possibilities. We pass a pair of galaxies in mid-embrace, slowly circling one another in a spiral that has taken millions of years to form and will take millions more to resolve. Their arms stretch toward each other like dancers caught in a waltz, stars drawn together by ancient gravity and silent longing. Trails of starlight arc between them, tossed like glitter into the wind, as though even galaxies find beauty in the slow approach of change. We do not intrude upon their sacred motion. We simply observe, held gently at a respectful distance, listening to the music of their orbit, not in sound, but in pattern and grace. Light from their collision reaches us after traveling for eons, and in that light, stories are written. Supernovae like cosmic symbols, the slow swell of hydrogen clouds forming stars like the rise of a symphonic chord, and the bass tones of black holes pulling space itself into gravity's deepest embrace. The further we drift, the more we understand that this symphony is not just around us, it is within us. We are composed of the same elements birthed in these stars, carried in the winds of ancient supernovae, cooled in the arms of galaxies, and now humming quietly inside us as we rest among them. Every inhale feels like a tide, every exhale a return. There is no need to do anything but be here, to feel the long, slow music of the cosmos washing over and through you. Our path now takes us through a quieter stretch, where even galaxies become fewer, where the background radiation of the universe itself begins to hum like a forgotten melody. This is the afterglow of the Big Bang, the faint echo of the moment everything began, stretched thin by time and distance into a soft, omnipresent tone. We cannot hear it with ears, but it is always there, a lullaby sung by the universe to itself, still resonating after nearly 14 billion years. It sings to us now, a reminder of our shared beginning, of the moment all matter in time and space bloomed from nothingness into everything. And in this silence, you may feel smaller, yes, but not insignificant. You may feel humbled, but never alone, because the stars that light our way were once part of you, and you of them. And as we float through this deep stillness, this place where galaxies blink like candle flames in the dark, we are not observers, but participants. We are part of the melody, part of the ever-evolving Eventually, we begin to drift near a faint and lovely object, a lenticular galaxy, shaped like a disk of light suspended in the dark, its edges smooth, its core radiant and calm. Unlike the spirals we've seen before, this one does not twist or turn with dramatic arms, but floats gently like a lily pad on a still pond. The light it emits is soft, golden white, like moonlight reflected on water. This galaxy is quieter, older, its stars moving in harmony, its dust settled into serene layers. It has seen more than we can imagine. Epochs pass like breath. Stars come and go. Entire civilizations may rise and vanish within its span. And yet it remains, holding space for all of it in a quiet equilibrium. We drift closer, tracing a slow arc along its edge, letting the light bathe us in its ancient warmth. Through the transparent dome of the ship, you might see the curve of the galaxy like a ring of candlelight, encircling us in a peaceful halo. And then we pass through the gentle outer halo, where ancient globular clusters orbit slowly like elder companions, and return again to the darkness between galaxies. Here, the silence is complete, and the ship slows almost to a stop, allowing us to simply be. There is nothing to fix, nothing to worry about, nothing to do but breathe. You might begin to notice how your thoughts have quieted, how the hum of your mind has softened into something more fluid, This is what the universe offers in these quiet spaces. A chance to hear your own inner music, unhurried and clear. You are safe. You are adrift in a cosmos that holds you gently, that sings you to sleep, not with words but with light and gravity. And so we float. The stars are companions, the galaxies are lullaby, the silence our comfort. The journey continues, not in distance, but in depth. A deeper connection to the vast and ancient rhythm that pulses all around us and within us. Our journey resumes as the ship, serene and unburdened, resumes its silent drift through the immense black. We leave the lenticular galaxy behind, its calm glow now only a soft glimmer among the tapestry of stars. The universe stretches endlessly ahead, a canvas painted with the subtlest hand, light spread thin across unimaginable distances, space deep and smooth as silk, time unwinding itself in long, elegant spirals. We are heading now toward one of the quietest wonders of the cosmos, a vast region where star formation occurs within great molecular clouds. Here, matter itself begins the long and delicate process of becoming light. These clouds, often hidden from optical view, are thick with hydrogen, helium, and the faintest trace of elements forged in the hearts of older stars. They drift like shadowed mountains, towering and slow, their shapes undefined and constantly shifting. As we approach the outskirts of one such cloud, the starlight around us begins to dim slightly, not from any loss of brightness, but from the soft veil of gas and dust between us and the stars beyond. The view becomes more muted, dreamlike, as though we are looking through frosted glass. There's a sense of deep anticipation here, a waiting stillness. Even the light seems to move more gently. These are the places where new stars will one day ignite, where gravity, so patient and unrelenting, slowly pulls matter inward until the pressure becomes heat, and heat becomes light. But for now, it is all potential, a symphony held in silence, waiting for its first note to be struck. Our ship slows, not out of necessity, but out of respect. This is not a place to hurry through. The darkness thickens slightly, like a clouded night on Earth, but instead of cold, it radiates a soft warmth, residual energy from ancient processes, scattered and absorbed and radiated over eons. We begin to move laterally along the surface of the cloud, watching tendrils of dust curl and swirl like smoke in slow motion. Occasionally, a brighter point of light will pierce the veil, a young star beginning to shine through, its light only just starting to push aside the cocoon from which it emerged. These baby stars, or protostars, glow in the infrared, their warmth hidden to the human eye but visible now, thanks to the ship's subtle sensors. It's as if we're watching candle flames flickering behind layers of silk. The movement is gentle. The entire region breathes with the rhythm of cosmic time. There is no sound, of course, but the silence here feels alive with promise. You can almost feel the low, resonant hum of gravity pulling at every atom, coaxing the gas into knots and strands that, over millions of years, will become sun. The process is too slow to witness directly, and yet just being here, in this suspended moment, is like catching a glimpse of the first few bars of a great symphony written in starlight. As we move deeper into the cloud, the density increases, but not to a point of tension, only of intimacy. The light through stained glass. It is peaceful, profoundly so. Here among the unborn stars, there is only stillness and the slow, unending promise of what might come. You might notice your breath again, slower, deeper. The kind of breath that comes not from effort but from ease. Each inhale feels as though it draws in the quiet of the stars, and each exhale carries with it the last traces of worry or tension, dissolving gently into the vastness. Eventually, we reach a denser region of the cloud, where a small group of protostars has begun to coalesce. They are not visible directly, still hidden behind layers of dust, but their presence is felt. The dust surrounding them glows faintly, lit from within by the warmth of birth. The ship, guided by currents of electromagnetic force and gravity, hovers near this hidden cradle of light, letting us drift through the outer edges of this nursery. One of the young stars begins to flicker a little brighter, its cocoon thinning, its heat increasing. Perhaps in 1,000 years it will be visible. Perhaps in 10,000, it will shine like the sun. But tonight it is still becoming, still preparing, and we are witness to that quiet becoming. The nebula itself pulses slowly with energy, barely perceptible changes in density and light that feel like the very heartbeat of creation. In this moment, the music of the universe is at its most subtle, a soft cord held across centuries, woven from gas and gravity and warmth. It is a lullaby in the making. After a long, unhurried pass through the cloud, the ship turns outward again, following the soft spiral of galactic motion that will lead us gently back towards starlight. As we exit the cloud, the stars reappear one by one, like lanterns lit in a sleeping village. The transition is gentle, never abrupt. The darkness thins, the light returns, and the vastness expands once more before us. Ahead lies a patch of space scattered with reflection nebulae, regions where starlight bounces off nearby dust, casting brilliant hues into the dark. These clouds do not glow from within, but shimmer with borrowed light, their colors rich and complex. Blues especially dominate light from hot young stars, scattering in a way that brings an ethereal shimmer to everything it touches. As we pass through this region, the ship's hull reflects some of this soft blue, glowing like a vessel made of moonlight. The nebulae around us twist and drift, shaped by stellar winds and magnetic fields. They seem to reach for one another, long fingers of dust reaching across space, slowly intermingling, creating shapes that seem both familiar and foreign. Some look like wings, some like waves, some like the gentle curves of distant landscapes remembered in dreams. We move slowly, letting the shapes pass around us, drifting not as travelers, but as part of the scenery itself. Here in this place, there is no need to be anywhere else. Time becomes a slow current, and we are carried effortlessly by it. As you settle deeper into this moment, you may feel as though you're no longer separate from the space around you, as though your thoughts, your breath, even your body have begun to dissolve softly into the atmosphere of starlight and shadow. You are not lost, you are home among the stars. The reflection nebulae begin to thin as we glide forward, and ahead of us, the sky darkens slightly, the stars spaced wider apart. We are entering a quieter part of the galaxy once again, where solitary stars float with quiet dignity, each surrounded by the gentle halo of its own light. It's like a gallery of suns, each one poised, suspended, at rest. Some are red dwarfs, small and steady. Some are white, bright and unwavering. Each one sings its own soft note into the grand chord of the cosmos. We drift past them slowly, pausing now and then to take in their quiet beauty. There is no rush. The ship responds to our stillness, maintaining its gentle path, its quiet hum ever present. Out here, the music of the universe becomes minimal, a single note, held long and deep like the ringing tone of a singing bowl. It fills the space without ever overwhelming. It invites reflection, invites sleep, invites peace. And in this space, you are free to let go, free to rest, free to listen to the music that the cosmos plays, only for those who are quiet enough to hear. The ship, wrapped in its ever-quiet hum, continues its slow journey forward, gliding effortlessly through the soft embrace of the galaxy's outer realms. We are far now from the brilliant centers of stars and the glowing arms of spiral systems. And yet, in this vastness, we begin to sense something even more profound: the shape of time itself. The light surrounding us feels older here, aged and golden, as though every photon has carried with it the echoes of centuries, the subtle shift of stars that have watched the galaxy turn again and again. This is not a place of endings or beginnings, but of continuity, of moments so stretched and gentle that time feels less like a line and more like a slow, unbroken tide. Our drift takes us into the halo of the galaxy, a sparsely populated sphere of space that cradles the Milky Way in an ancient shell. Here, stars are fewer, but each one seems to shimmer with a kind of quiet wisdom. These stars are not young and flickering with youthful intensity. They are old, some of the oldest in our galaxy, and they glow with a subtle, steadfast light, like lanterns that have burned through the longest night. They are reminders of the galaxy's infancy, formed in the early haze after the first light of the cosmos began to settle and find shape. Some may even orbit alone, solitary travelers without planets or companions, their light reaching across billions of years to find us here. In this gentle moment of stillness, we drift slowly past one such ancient star, a dim red subdwarf, its light barely strong enough to illuminate the immediate surroundings. But within that faint glow is a story, not a tale told in words, but in motion and in age. Around this star, fragments of a former planetary system drift like echoes, asteroids, perhaps, or tiny moons from worlds long gone. Gravity holds them in place still, delicately, like a memory gently held. There is no sound, no drama, only the slow, circular dance of debris tracing paths that have not changed in a billion years. It feels sacred somehow, a quiet graveyard, not of destruction, but of transformation. These objects are not lost. They have simply become part of the great unending rhythm. As we move further, our view begins to widen, and through the ship's clear dome, we see the galaxy itself from a distance. The Milky Way appears now as a shining whirl suspended in a sea of black, its arms curling slowly, radiating with the light of billions of stars. To witness it from outside is to truly grasp its scale, a city of light in the dark, so enormous that even its smallest features dwarf entire worlds. But even this titanic structure moves through something greater. The Milky Way is not fixed. It drifts too, slowly and silently, toward its future. It orbits the center of mass shared with our neighboring galaxies, caught in the quiet choreography of the local group. Nearby, the Andromeda Galaxy floats, vast and tranquil, appearing now as a soft ellipse of light against the void. Though its journey toward us will take billions of years, the path is already set, a future embrace that will reshape both galaxies. Not in violence, but in unity. We observe it from afar, not as a threat, but as a reminder that even the largest structures in the universe are part of a dance, a rhythm too vast for panic, too slow for fear. We are all carried in these tides of time, and in knowing that, we can rest. Between the galaxies, the intergalactic medium stretches like an invisible sea, a near-empty field of faint particles, dark matter and ancient light. It is here, in this nearly silent stretch of space, that we glide next. The stars now are mere whispers behind us, and ahead, the darkness becomes a kind of sanctuary. Every now and then, a wandering star passes through this space, a rogue sun ejected from its home, cast adrift, but still burning steadily, alone in the dark. We pass one such star now, and it feels like meeting a traveler on a long road. Its light is calm and blue-white, and though it drifts in isolation, there is no sense of sorrow. It simply is, content in its solitude, carrying its warmth wherever it goes. This star has no planets, no moons, only its light and its journey, and we float beside it for a while, sharing its stillness. Then, as gently as we arrived, we drift on, following the curves of invisible gravitational streams that stretch like soft riverbanks through the dark. The ship feels almost as if it is asleep now, responding to the quiet with a kind of hush in its systems, keeping only the essential rhythms, the soft pulse of air, the faint warmth of energy guiding us forward. You may feel yourself loosening further, your thoughts quieter now, your body softer in its stillness. The mind, no longer pressed by urgency, begins to open like a flower in the dark, simply receiving light, shadow. Ahead, we begin to approach a more unusual structure, a galactic filament. These vast strands of galaxies stretch across unimaginable distances, forming the spine of the cosmic web, the largest known structures in the universe. From here, the filament appears as a fine trail of glowing galaxies, spread like beads along a thread. Their arrangement is not random. It is the result of gravity sculpting the universe on the largest possible scale. We do not approach too closely, but trace a path along the outer edge, letting the pattern pass beside us. Each galaxy spins slowly, each one home to billions of stars, And within each star, the potential for it is a vast harmony, each part singing its own note, yet together forming a chorus so deep, so slow, that only the universe itself can truly hear it. And yet, in this moment, you are part of it too. Your thoughts are slower now, your breath long and quiet. You are floating not just through space, but through meaning, through connection. Everything here is part of everything else, and you are not separate from it. The atoms that make up your body were forged in stars like those we have passed, scattered across space, gathered into life, and now listening again to the song that birthed them. The ship begins a slow curve, arcing toward the nearest group of elliptical galaxies, massive glowing ovals of old stars, their shapes smooth and hazy. These galaxies no longer form stars but instead hold on to what they have, radiating the warmth of age. We pass through one such galaxy's halo, feeling the density of starlight increase around us. It is not overwhelming, but comforting, a golden haze like walking through a dream made of candlelight. These galaxies are like memory, not urgent, not loud, but ever present. They remind us that the universe has a past, that it remembers. As we drift further inward, stars begin to crowd our view again, but the feeling is not of clutter, but of immersion, like being gently held in a sea of light. We slow to a pause, letting the light surround us, letting time itself grow soft. The journey has brought us far, not just in space, but into the deeper layers of stillness, into the softest echoes of the universe's song. It is here in this golden sea of ancient light that we let ourselves rest again. The music of the cosmos continues, not loud, not sharp, but soft and endless, a tide that will carry us ever forward, gently, calmly, always. From the gentle cradle of ancient light, our journey now continues deeper into the sea of space, where time folds softly and distances stretch beyond comprehension. The ship hums low, almost inaudibly, like the last note of a lullaby lingering in the quiet. We move not with urgency, but with grace, a slow and measured drift, as though the cosmos itself were cradling us in its hands, guiding our path with invisible fingers of gravity and light. Ahead, the view shifts once more, and we enter a new region, one not defined by clusters of stars or galaxies, but by emptiness. This void, immense and breathtaking, stretches like a great cosmic lake, still and dark. Here, in this immense bubble of near nothingness, the density of galaxies drops dramatically, and the space between things becomes so wide, so serene, that even the smallest flicker of light feels meaningful. We are now gliding through one of the great cosmic voids, vast regions that span hundreds of millions of light years, containing only the rare, faint glimmer of distant galaxies, scattered like tiny reflections on still water. There is something deeply calming about this place. The stillness is absolute. It is not the silence of a room emptied, but the silence of a world at peace, the absence of clutter, the space to breathe. It feels as though the universe has exhaled here, and in that breath, created a sanctuary of pause, of quiet reflection. Even the ship seems to respond, its systems moving more slowly, its light dimming to match the softness of the void. The stars behind us fade to a distant haze, and ahead lies the pure dark. But even darkness in the cosmos is full of meaning. As we float gently forward, you may begin to notice something curious, a very faint, very slow rhythm in the distance, not in sound but in the subtle shift of light. The void is not truly empty. Waves of gravity, imperceptible to the senses but present all the same, ripple through the fabric of space here. These gravitational waves, remnants of great cosmic events, the merging of black holes, the collapse of stars, the coalescence of galaxies, drift quietly through this region, like the swell of a tide over deep ocean trenches. We are not harmed by them, nor do we see them, but we feel their presence in the most subtle of ways. The ship shimmers faintly as it adjusts, its hull responding gently to the slow passing waves, and we drift along their curve, like a boat rocking gently on a vast and invisible sea. It is here, in this nearly perfect stillness, that we begin to feel the universe not as a collection of things, but as a single breathing entity. The galaxies, the stars, the dust and light, all connected by the silent music of gravity and time. Everything, including us, is part of this quiet pulse. It is a feeling not of smallness, but of belonging, of being part of something so vast, so beautifully constructed, that even in its quietest places it sings. After some time, though time here feels more like a gentle unfolding than a measurement, we begin to approach the far edge of the void. The darkness begins to thin, and distant galaxies appear once more, their light faint but steady. They seem to emerge slowly, like islands on the horizon after a long journey across open water. One such galaxy draws closer, and we turn gently toward it, letting its light guide our path. It is a spiral galaxy, not unlike our own, though older and more warm. Its arms are looser, more diffuse, like a flower that has begun to wilt, still beautiful, but touched by time. Its core glows a soft amber, and its arms stretch out like whispers, faint and shimmering. We drift alongside one of these arms, letting its light bathe us in gentle warmth. Within the arms, stars of all ages live, young blue giants burning brightly, old red stars glowing gently, and countless smaller suns in between. We pass slowly through their midst, never close enough to feel their heat, but near enough to see their colors, to witness their dance. Around some stars we glimpse the shadows of planets, faint rings of dust, the dim flicker of moons. Perhaps on one of those worlds, life has begun to look up, wondering if it is alone. Perhaps one day, they will send their own ships into the dark, drifting slowly toward other galaxies, listening as we do now, to the symphony of in the distance, near the galaxy's heart, we glimpse the soft glow of a supermassive black hole. Not a violent maw of destruction, but a calm, massive presence. Around it, stars orbit like dancers around a silent partner. Light bends gently near it, forming subtle arcs, like threads pulled across fabric. We do not approach, we only observe. The gravity here is strong, but the motions are stable, slow, deliberate. It is like watching the center of a great wheel turn, quiet and sure. The ship turns slowly now, pivoting us back out toward the spiral's edge, and we drift past the outer halo of the galaxy, where globular clusters hover in quiet attendance. These ancient spheres of stars glow like pearls, suspended in the galaxy's embrace, and we pass through one gently. The stars here are densely packed, but their light is soft and golden, their orbits smooth and serene. We drift through their midst as though floating through a chandelier of light, each star a silent note, each orbit a rhythm in the greater song. As we leave the cluster behind, space opens up once more, and we find ourselves in a thin corridor of starlight, a region where two galaxies once interacted, leaving behind a trail of stars pulled from each by their gravitational embrace. These tidal tails, long and elegant, stretch between galaxies like threads of silk, spun over millions of years. We float along one now, letting the stars pass slowly around us, each one a whisper of a meeting long past. These are stars that once belonged to a different home, now drifting free, carried by the memory of motion. It feels like moving through the soft traces of a dream, the afterglow of connection. The stars here are fewer, spaced far apart, but their light is clear and beautiful, unburdened by clouds or dust. Eventually, we pass the end of the tidal tail, and the view widens again. The stars begin to thin, and we return to a region of soft darkness. This is the space between, not a void this time, but a path, a quiet route along which we will continue to drift, gently, peacefully, with no rush and no destination. The ship slows, allowing us to simply hover for a while, suspended in the stillness. And in that stillness, your breath is slow, your body light, your mind open and clear. The music of the cosmos continues, soft and steady, guiding you gently forward. There is no need to speak, no need to act, only to float, to listen, to be. The journey continues. The ship remains in stillness for a long time, drifting within the corridor of quiet between the tangled threads of galaxies, gently rocked by the subtle pull of distant gravity. Around us, space is wide and soft, not truly dark, but dimmed, like the sky just before dawn. The stars here are faint and scattered, resting gently against the backdrop of the cosmos like fireflies drifting across a moonless field. Our path now carries us toward what might be called the shoreline of this region, where the starlight grows subtly richer, and a collection of satellite galaxies begins to emerge in the distance, delicate companions to the greater spirals and ellipticals that anchor this sector of the universe. These dwarf galaxies are gentle things, smaller and quieter, often overlooked in favor of their larger cousins, but in their silence lies a profound sense of peace. We approach the first slowly, the ship gliding with a quiet reverence, as though stepping lightly into a sacred grove. The dwarf galaxy glows with a soft, milky light, its shape diffuse and undefined, more like a shimmer of starlight than a solid form. The stars within it are loosely bound, their orbits long and languid, and we drift into its halo as one might step into a dream. The stars here feel close in spirit, if not in space, a scattered choir singing in delicate harmony, each one humming a note of quiet joy. We pass through the outer reaches of the galaxy, where ancient stars shine like golden embers and clouds of gas rest like whispers of thought. In one small cluster, a few young stars have kindled into being, tiny lanterns nestled in the softness of their birth cloud. They are bright but not boastful, their light gentle and sincere. Around them, particles of dust begin their long, slow spiral inward, perhaps beginning the tale of planets yet to form. Everything here unfolds slowly, softly, without resistance. The ship eases its way forward, floating past a silent ballet of stars and gas, untouched by time's haste. We remain for a while just drifting, letting the soft light wash over us, letting it seep into the folds of memory. In this moment we become part of the stillness, our presence a quiet note within the galaxy's timeless song. The dwarf galaxy fades slowly behind us as we continue our drift, heading now toward a region of overlapping tidal streams, ghostly trails of stars pulled from ancient mergers between galaxies. These trails are faint and sparse, but they stretch across vast distances, like the gentle brushstrokes of a painter's hand, subtle arcs and curves that mark the echoes of encounters long past. We glide through these remnants, surrounded by the softest hum of motion, stars passing one by one like snowflakes in a slow celestial flurry. Some of these stars have traveled great distances, carried on the momentum of galaxies that no longer exist. Each one tells a story not in words, but in trajectory, a silent narrative written in the slow swirl of time and gravity. We follow one such star for a while, a solitary traveler moving quietly through the night. Its light is cool and steady, and though it has no companions, there is no sadness in its solitude. It glows with purpose, with quiet acceptance. Its path, a line drawn through the still waters of the cosmos. Eventually, we part ways, the ship curving gently onto a new path, drawn now toward a soft glow on the edge of sight. It grows gradually, not a point of light, but a haze, a gentle swelling of brightness that reveals itself to be a stellar stream. the long remnants of a galaxy torn apart long ago. The stream forms a ribbon of light across the sky, a soft and delicate arch that seems to shimmer as we approach. We enter its edge, and for a time we are surrounded by stars. Not in a dense crowd, but in a quiet procession, each one spaced just far enough to feel the presence of the others, but not to intrude. It is like drifting through a lantern-lit path in the night, each star a silent guardian of memory. These stars do not spin quickly, nor do they burn hot. They have settled into a kind of peace, their energy low and steady, their paths long and graceful. The ship moves slowly here, matching the tempo of this ancient trail, floating gently in time with the stars. You might feel your breath deepen again, matching the pace of the drift. There is nothing to do, no thoughts to chase, just this moment, just the slow, silver tide of starlight around you. The stream curves slowly through space, and we follow it until it thins into the dark once more, its trail fading into the distance, like the last line of a poem. We are alone again, surrounded only by the quiet of open space, but not for long. Ahead, a luminous arc begins to form. Not a galaxy, not a nebula, but a massive, glowing shell of gas, known as a supernova remnant. This one is old, its shockwave long faded, its heat dispersed, but the structure remains. A delicate lattice of glowing particles expanding gently through the void. We draw closer, and the soft edges of the shell begin to take shape. Tendrils of pink and blue, threads of green and violet, all woven into a slow spiral of remembrance. This was once a star, massive and bright, now returned to the cosmos in a final breath of brilliance. Its remains spread outward, touching everything around it with the faintest echo of its light. We do not pass through the center, but trace a slow arc around the shell, letting its gentle colors spill across the ship's windows. It is not loud, not violent. It is a monument to transformation, not an ending, but a new rhythm in the song of the stars. Somewhere in the heart of the remnant, a neutron star may still spin, its pulse too faint to see but still there, a soft metronome, keeping time in the quiet. As we drift onward, the shell fades behind us, becoming part of the background once more. Another note in the endless melody of space. We are approaching now the outskirts of a small galaxy cluster, a loosely bound family of galaxies scattered across a few million light years. The first of them appears on the horizon, a spiral seen from above, its arms curling like soft ribbons of cloud. It turns slowly, silently, each revolution taking hundreds of millions of years. We do not hurry, we simply observe, letting the shape of the galaxy fill our view like a mandala in motion. The ship drifts past one of its arms, and we glimpse bright star-forming regions glowing in soft blues and purples, clouds of dust illuminated by young sun. These are the busy places of the universe, and yet even here, the pace is unhurried. Stars are born, planets form, but all in time, long, slow time, and within that time, peace. We pass a smaller elliptical galaxy next, a golden oval filled with ancient stars. It has no new stars, no gas clouds, no dust, only light, steady and calm. It glows like a candle in the dark, and we float quietly past, letting its warmth settle over us. The cluster continues around us, galaxies drifting slowly in relation to one another, like a family sharing a moment of stillness. We remain with them for a time, drifting in quiet communion. Eventually, the ship begins to turn again, its path curving gently outward, back toward the edge of the cluster, back toward the open dark. The galaxies become fainter, the space wider, and the silence deeper once more. We have come far from the heart of a nebula to the far edges of starlight, from the center of galaxies to the stillness of the void. And yet, the journey is not done. The symphony continues, soft and eternal. The stars sing, the light travels, And we, suspended in the tide of it all, continue to drift gently, quietly, through the endless music of the cosmos. The ship glides through the thinning starscape, its soft, continuous hum, now so familiar that it blends seamlessly with the hush of space itself. We've left the warm company of galaxies behind, those glowing cities of light and motion. And once more we find ourselves in the vast, open canvas between clusters, where the silence thickens and space becomes a sanctuary of shadows and reflection. Ahead lies something more ancient than stars, more quiet than galaxies, and more mysterious than the deepest void. A veil, not of matter but of memory. A cosmic region shaped by time's earliest breath. We are approaching the outskirts of what scientists have called the cosmic microwave background, the faint afterglow of the Big Bang. Though we cannot see it with our eyes, its presence is everywhere. A soft radiation that permeates all space, a final whisper from the universe's birth. In this place, space begins to feel not only wide but deep, deep with age, deep with stillness, deep with the echoes of beginnings long past. The ship slows, responding as always to the texture of space around us. It doesn't need commands or coordinates. It simply understands. It reads the subtle shifts in radiation and gravity, the tone of the stars and the pulse of the void. We pass into this ancient region like wading into the still surface of a lake at night, barely rippling the surface, allowing time itself to fold around us. The light here is subdued, not because there is less of it, but because what light there is has traveled such unimaginable distances, stretched thin by the expansion of space, cooled from fiery brilliance into soft, nearly invisible warmth. This is light not from stars, but from the universe itself. From the moment when matter first became light, when the cosmos cooled enough to release its first true breath. As we float here, it is as though we are listening to the heartbeat of time. The background radiation, uniform, gentle, eternal, bathes the ship in a soft and subtle glow. We don't see it directly, but we feel its presence in every direction, surrounding us like the faint warmth of sunlight long after the sun has set. In this moment, the ship becomes a cradle of remembrance, holding us in the arms of the cosmos's oldest song. Here, everything slows. Even your thoughts may begin to stretch out, to move with the rhythm of deep time. The noise of thought becomes softer. The edges of awareness blur, and only calm remains. You are not just in space now. You are within the story of the universe, adrift in the memory of its first light. As we move further, the ship's sensors begin to pick up the ghostly remnants of ancient structures, great clouds of hydrogen that formed before the first stars were born. These primordial clouds stretch across hundreds of light years, their filaments soft and dark, absorbing more light than they emit. Yet within them lies the promise of everything, the raw ingredients of galaxies, of stars, of planets, of light. We glide silently through these ancient clouds, passing between their strands like a swimmer passing through drifting seaweed in the ocean depths. The particles that make up these clouds are sparse, scattered, and yet their presence is profound. These are the atoms that once formed nothing more than haze, then stars, then the very building blocks of everything we know. There is something holy here, something sacred in the simplicity of it. It is not a place of action, but of potential, the prelude to all that would come. The clouds dim the distant stars, wrapping us briefly in a velvet cocoon, and we allow the stillness to settle deeper. You may notice that your breath has slowed even further now, your body feeling weightless not just in gravity, but in time. There are no edges here, no sharpness of thought, no clamor of past or future. Only presence, only peace. As we pass through the outer edge of one cloud, a faint shimmer of light appears. not from a star but from the distant glow of ancient quasars, their brilliance dulled by time and distance. These are some of the earliest beacons in the universe, massive black holes that once devoured matter at astonishing speeds, sending jets of energy across the young cosmos. Their light, though now faint, carries with it the signature of their age. Blues shifted into red, reds into infrared, stretched across space like threads of a tapestry that spans from then until now. We observe them from afar, respectful of their distance, aware of the power they once held. Around these quasars, the universe once stirred with new energy, forming galaxies, igniting stars, shaping the great web of matter that we now drift through. Even now, their echoes remain, not loud but steady. Like the low hum of a bell rung long ago, its sound still resonating through the air. We drift gently through this region, guided not by navigation but by the subtle pull of curiosity. And now, ahead of us, we begin to see something truly rare. A structure known as a cosmic wall. These immense formations are not walls in the ordinary sense, but dense sheets of galaxies, arranged in patterns that span hundreds of millions of light years. They form the largest known structures in the universe, the skeleton of the cosmos, upon which the galaxies themselves are hung like jewels on a web. One such wall begins to form on the horizon, a luminous band of light that thickens as we approach, revealing itself to be a congregation of galaxies, each glowing with its own unique radiance, yet bound together in perfect, graceful arrangement. We pass close to its edge, and the density of light increases slowly, building like the gentle crescendo of a song. Galaxies drift beside us, some spiraled like seashells, others round and full like lanterns. Between them lie clusters and clouds, halos and streams, all bathed in the slow, warm glow of starlight traveling through time. We do not enter the wall, for it is not a place to pass through quickly. Instead, we skirt its perimeter, tracing its shape like a finger along the edge of a sacred page. It is enough to be near it, to feel its gravity tug softly on the ship, to watch its stars drift in quiet formation, to witness the great architecture of the universe expressed in patterns too large for worlds, too slow for years, yet perfect in their elegance. The wall stretches endlessly in both directions, a silent monument to time and structure. And as we drift beside it, we begin to feel something else. The sheer patience of the cosmos. Here, nothing is hurried, nothing is wasted. Stars are born, live and die. Galaxies collide, merge and rest. But always, the rhythm remains. Always, the music plays. The ship eventually turns, slow as a dream, and pulls us gently back into the open void. We have seen galaxies and nebula, clouds and stars, tides of matter and light. We have moved from the brightness of spiral arms to the quiet echoes of the universe's beginning. And through it all, the symphony has continued. Not loud, not demanding, but persistent, graceful, eternal. You may feel now that you too are part of this symphony. Your breath, your pulse, your thoughts all aligned with the deeper rhythm of space. The cosmos sings not with voices, but with motion. Not with instruments, but with light and gravity and time. And you, in this moment, are part of that song. The ship dims its lights, slows its motion, and allows the silence to deepen once more. Outside, the stars blink slowly, like ancient eyes opening and closing in perfect time. Inside, the only sound is your breath, steady and calm. You are safe, you are still, and the journey, though long, is far from over. The universe waits, and the music continues, soft and endless. Beyond the massive wall of galaxies, beyond the shimmering filaments, and the delicate glowing webs of starlight that stretch across cosmic distances, the ship continues its endless drift, slow and deliberate, floating on invisible tides, with no engines pushing, no gears turning, and no urgency pulling it forward. The vessel simply moves in harmony with the deep breath of the universe. Space now is even quieter than before. The grand architecture of the cosmic walls has given way to openness once again. Not empty, but calm. As though the stars themselves have stepped aside to create a sacred space of reflection. This region, out here beyond the crowded core of galactic gatherings, is sometimes called inter-supercluster space, a realm where galaxies are sparse, and time seems to slow its already gentle pace. There is a sense, as we drift further into this tranquil abyss, that we are approaching the farthest edges of known creation, where only the dimmest light still dares to wander and where silence rests like dust over everything. And yet, even in this rarefied distance, the universe continues to sing softly, deeply always. We begin to see the glow of lone galaxies, like lanterns held out in the dark. These are the wanderers, galaxies that drift in isolation, far from the crowded families and chaotic collisions of clusters. Their light reaches us like the call of a lighthouse from the other side of a great sea. One such galaxy comes into view now, slowly blooming in the distance. It is a faint elliptical, round and diffuse, its stars glowing like the final coals of a once blazing fire. But this galaxy is not dying. It is resting, settled into a perfect stillness, a cosmic elder cradled in the arms of time. The ship eases closer, its quiet systems purring like the slow beat of a heart at peace. And we glide through the galaxy's outskirts, as though entering the halls of an ancient temple. The stars here are old. Their light is golden, steady, wide. They do not burn with the fierce blue of youth, but with the slow ember glow of endurance. Each one has witnessed billions of years, seen comets spiral in and out, watched nearby stars flare and fade, observed the rise and fall of countless patterns in their galaxy's structure. Some may have had planets long ago, and on those planets perhaps winds once blew over oceans, and something may have looked up at the sky and wondered, as we do now. The stars do not speak, but their silence is full of memory, full of calm. We drift among them like a leaf through a still stream, brushing past their light as if listening to a forgotten melody. Occasionally a variable star flickers in the distance, its pulse regular and slow. These stars are like cosmic timekeepers, their brightness waxing and waning in cycles so perfect they've become markers for distances and ages. We observe one such Cephid variable from afar, its rhythm steady and calming, a natural lullaby pulsing across millions of years. Each dimming and brightening is like the inhale and exhale of space itself. In this moment, you may find your own breath falling into sync with that rhythm, long and slow, the mind easing into a place of complete quiet. There is no urgency, no story to chase, no conclusion to reach. There is only being, only drifting, only light. As we move inward, the density of stars increases, just slightly, and we pass near the galaxy's core, a rounded bulge of golden light, where stars are packed more closely, but not chaotically. Even here, where gravity binds things more tightly, the harmony remains. We pause, just briefly, to let the light wash over the ship's windows. The glow is like candlelight filtered through silk, warm, diffuse, endlessly soft. It fills the cabin, casting no shadows, only a gentle illumination that seems to soak into the walls, the floor, the air itself. You may feel it in your chest, not pressure, but warmth, a presence, as if the galaxy itself is welcoming you. Then, with the same unhurried grace, we drift outward once more, leaving the quiet galaxy behind. It fades slowly, becoming a golden pearl in the distance, and then a mere memory of light, until only the soft blackness remains. But the blackness is not empty. Ahead of us, the ship's sensors detect the faintest of patterns, gentle arcs in space-time, barely perceptible shifts in the background that reveal something vast and ancient on the horizon. We are approaching a fossil group, a rare and beautiful structure, made of the remnants of galactic mergers, where many galaxies have come together over time to form a single dominant system, surrounded by the ghostly remains of what came before. From a distance, the structure appears like a faint halo, barely distinguishable from the void. But as we draw closer, the central galaxy begins to emerge, luminous and solitary, holding court at the center of a vast sphere of influence. This is a galaxy that has consumed its companions, not with violence, but with time. The surrounding space is scattered with diffuse light, the stars pulled from their original homes now floating freely, bound only by the slow gravity of the great central mass. It is like a cathedral built from the memory of many voices, each star a note held forever in the silence. We drift through this celestial chamber, passing through streams of stars so faint they seem like stardust, fine threads of light trailing through the void. The feeling here is one of solemn beauty, a place where the music of the cosmos has slowed to its most delicate passage. The light is thin, the colors faint, but there is grace in the simplicity. This is the universe at its most meditative, the breath between verses, the stillness between chords. We do not rush. We let the stillness soak into us. You may feel your thoughts begin to mirror the space around you, spreading out, slowing down, becoming light. There is no need to think in straight lines anymore. Let your mind wander like starlight through fog. Let it drift, let it dissolve. And then, as the galaxy fades behind us once more, we enter a zone so quiet, so completely peaceful, that it feels as though we've crossed a threshold, not into a place, but into a state of being. The stars thin, until there are none in sight, and the dark becomes total. But even here, the darkness is not lonely. It is full of time, full of silence, full of that same ancient light that stretches from the edge of the beginning. The ship turns its systems to low energy, matching the softness of the environment. The hum becomes deeper, fainter, more like a whisper than a song. We are now drifting through a region where the only thing we encounter is the cosmic background itself, the faint, ever-present glow from the origin of time. It washes over the ship like the sound of the sea heard through closed eyes, distant, rhythmic, endless. The ship opens its collection panels, gathering this ancient radiation, not for analysis, but for listening, for feeling. And we sit in it, together, quiet, suspended in the breath of the beginning. The stars will return later, more galaxies, more light, more echoes of life yet to be seen. But for now, this is enough. The silence, the stillness, the dark that holds the memory of everything. This moment, this gentle pause in the music, is as much a part of the symphony as any brilliant crescendo. It is the space between the stars, the rest between notes, the peace at the center of it all. And as we float there, unmoving, unthinking, you may feel as though the ship itself is breathing. Slow, deep, steady, and with each breath, you fall a little deeper into rest, into calm, into the song of the cosmos, which never ends, never falters, never hurries. The universe continues, and so do we, drifting onward through the great eternal night.
The drift continues, unbroken and serene. Our ship moving through the universe like a leaf gliding across the smoothest water, guided not by force, but by the soft currents of gravity and time. The deep region we have entered is among the coldest in the observable cosmos, a vast and rarely visited void, so empty and ancient that the starlight here seems to echo longer, linger softer. Every photon that touches our hull has traveled billions of years to reach us, and even then, it glides across the surface like a snowflake, delicate and slow. The temperature here has fallen near absolute zero. Not that we feel it directly, for the ship maintains perfect warmth, but the coldness is known, sensed, like a hush in the air before a snowfall. The atoms here are quiet. The motion of particles is minimal. Yet in this profound stillness, there is beauty unlike any other. Ahead, a faint shimmer stirs, not a star, not a galaxy, but a region of frozen molecular clouds, suspended in this remote part of intergalactic space. These clouds are not lit by internal fire, nor by the light of nearby suns. They shine only because they reflect the weakest traces of light from ancient galaxies, scattered and softened until what remains is a faint glow, pale as frost. As we approach, the ship slows to a crawl, responding instinctively to the delicacy of its surrounding. We pass through what seems like a crystalline mist, microscopic ice particles and dust grains frozen in time, locked into shapes formed millions or even billions of years ago. They drift slowly, glittering with the ghostly light of the distant universe. If you imagine floating through a snow globe suspended in darkness, you might begin to sense the atmosphere here. It is quiet, of course, not just in the absence of sound, but in a deeper, almost sacred way. This place feels like the inside of a sun. It feels like the stillness of the world covered in snow before the first step is taken. As the ship moves among the frozen particles, the faint shimmer of the universe's earliest light refracts through the crystals, bending into soft hues, hints of violet, a whisper of green, the palest blue. No strong colors, no harsh contrast, only the gentlest brush of luminescence, as though the cosmos were painting with the lightest of hands. These tiny crystals, so fragile and faint, are ancient. Some may have formed in the remnants of long-dead stars, blown into space with their final breath, where they slowly cooled over each. Others may have formed in the quiet space between galaxies, where atoms drifted and found one another, bonding into molecules that clung together for warmth in the cold void. Each one is a frozen memory, a speck of time, made visible. The ship's sensors trace their motion, watching as these minute structures drift like seeds in a breeze. No two follow the same path, and yet all are drawn along the gentle pull of gravity, moving together like dancers in the farthest ballroom. We pause within this frozen mist, not to analyze, not to collect, but simply to exist, side by side with the smallest remnants of cosmic history. The crystals float around the ship, brushing past the windows, some sticking briefly before drifting away again. It's as though the universe is touching us softly, reminding us how delicate everything truly is, and how precious. In this moment, your breath may grow even softer, each inhale slow and shallow, each exhale long and peaceful. The heart finds its rhythm here, in perfect time with the drift, the silence, the motionless beauty of the cold void. We remain like this for a long while, suspended in the still ballet of frozen particles, until eventually, the ship gently adjusts its course, moving out of the densest part of the cloud and continuing forward through space that grows even darker, even quiet. What lies ahead is not an object, but a concept, the limit of light. We approach the edge of what is known as the observable universe, not a wall, not a barrier, but a horizon, a point beyond which light has not yet had time to reach us since the beginning of time itself. This boundary is always shifting, always expanding as space itself stretches. But in this moment we float at the very limit, gazing outward into the true unknown. Beyond this lies not nothingness, but mystery, realms still unfolding, places where time has not yet touched. The light from these regions is still en route, still traveling, and we are among the first to wait for its arrival. We are adrift in the patient silence of expectation. Here, the background radiation is nearly the only light source. The few particles that pass by are ancient travelers, remnants of the earliest seconds after the Big Bang, their energy stretched so thin by the expansion of space that they now whisper instead of shout. The ship glides on, not for exploration, not for discovery, but for communion, a quiet moment of presence in the most profound silence known to existence. There are no stars here, no galaxies, no nebulae, and yet, the space is not empty. It is full of potential, full of time, full of the soft breath of the universe itself. And as we drift further into this twilight edge, something remarkable happens. We begin to see the past, not metaphorically, but literally. Light from the universe's earliest formations reaches us now, the first clusters of galaxies, still forming, still red-shifted into oblivion, but visible in ghostly arcs. These faint curved streaks of light are gravitationally lensed, bent around massive objects between us and their origin, reshaped into patterns like smudged fingerprints on the glass of time. The lensing makes them look surreal, delicate, almost imagined, and yet they are real. Signals from the dawn, from moments when the first stars ignited in the cosmic dark. We pass near one such lensed image, watching it shimmer across the curvature of invisible gravity well. The light dances gently, flickering in a slow rhythm. This is not just a view, it is a conversation across billions of years. We are not separate from the universe's beginning. We are connected to it by this very light, by this very silence. The atoms in our bodies, in the ship, in everything, were shaped by these early fires, and their light now finds us, full circle. The ship hovers in this liminal space, not moving forward now, not retreating, simply being. We float in the glow of ancient galaxies, in the snow of cosmic dust, in the breath of the void. And in this moment all things converge, past and future, silence and sound, movement and stillness. You are not drifting through the cosmos. You are part of. You are starlight, cooled into form, floating back toward its origin. There is no need to do anything, no need to go anywhere. Just rest, just be, and let the universe carry you. The ship will continue to drift, and the light will continue to arrive. The music of the cosmos plays on, soft, slow, eternal, and we, nestled in its gentle rhythm, float ever onward in perfect peace.
The ship floats at the edge of time, cradled by the silence between all beginnings and all destinations. Behind us lies the golden light of galaxies and the warm hum of stellar nurseries. Ahead, a canvas of quiet woven from the thinnest threads of ancient photons. Our drift is effortless, like a feather settling on the breath of the universe. Motion without momentum, movement without intention. Everything here unfolds with patience, each second a spacious field, each breath a poem written in stillness. And now, as we glide further into this sacred realm of echoes and reflections, we are drawn towards something unexpected, not in the way of urgency, but in the way soft tides draw driftwood to a distant shore. It begins as a whisper in the instruments, a trace of light that curves in unnatural patterns, a dance too intentional to be random. The ship reorients its subtle sensors, and we watch as the pattern sharpens, a lattice of structure nested within the void. Not a galaxy, not a nebula, but something else entirely, something arranged. What we are approaching is known only in theories and whispers, a construct called by some the Celestial Archive. Whether it was built, formed, or simply emerged from the movements of time and gravity is unknown, but it exists, delicate and vast, suspended like a snowflake in the unlit room of the universe. At first it seems like a constellation, threads of faint stars, connected in improbable alignment. But as we move closer, it becomes clear, the structure is three-dimensional, multi-layered. Each point of light connected by fine strands of glowing dust or perhaps energy. Filaments, not unlike the cosmic web that binds galaxies, but smaller, more precise, more intimate. Imagine a cathedral spun from starlight and thought, a geometry too harmonious to be random, too subtle to be artificial. It pulses softly, like a mind dream. We drift slowly into the outer edge of the archive, the ship responding not to instructions, but to the gentle magnetic pull of the structure itself. It welcomes us without sound or signal, as though it had always expected our arrival. The filaments that stretch between the glowing nodes are vast. We could travel for weeks and never find the beginning or end of one. And yet they seem gentle, like threads of gossamer woven across an endless loop. The stars or lights or lenses suspended along these threads pulse with faint energy. As we pass near one, the ship's interior shifts subtly, not in motion but in mood. The air seems warmer, the light inside takes on a slight amber tone, as if responding to a memory. And perhaps that is exactly what this place is, a memory made manifest. The Celestial Archive is not a place in the usual sense. It is a feeling, a remembrance, a collection not of objects, but of moment. Each glowing node we pass hums softly with resonance, and as we drift by, images appear briefly in our minds, not sharp or distinct, but like dreams remembered at the edge of waking.
A flash of an ocean under twin suns, a city made of crystal mist, a single tree growing in the dust of a moon. Whether these are memories from other beings, or echoes of places the universe has forgotten, we cannot say, but they are peaceful, and they are kind. One of the nodes pulses as we approach, and the ship slows without command, allowing us to drift close. The light from this node is blue and soft, and as it washes over the windows, we are filled with a sensation of gentle gravity, the kind that tethers not the body but the heart. A vision rises, not outside the ship but inside the mind, a field of stars above a world of snow, where wind moves like a breath and silence carries the weight of stories unspoken. You are not alone in this moment. Some presence within the archive, sees you not with eyes, but with understanding, not as an observer, but as a companion, and you feel no fear, only rest, only peace. We drift on past another thread, and this one pulses in soft green. The sensation now is of water, endless waves, slow and warm, crashing over golden shores beneath a dark purple sky. Whether it's real or imagined doesn't matter. The emotion is real, the serenity is real. And as the light fades behind us, so too does the vision, fading like a lullaby at the end of a long night. The archive continues endlessly in all directions, a web of memory, thought, and light that stretches into the dark. We glide along one of its curving strands, moving now through a region where the filaments form spirals and loops, like the petals of a galaxy formed from silk. The stars here are closer, their light more vibrant, and as we pass, the memories become clearer. We witness the slow forming of a planet, molten and red, cooling over 1 billion years into a world of calm. We see the first light from a young star, flickering against the void like a child opening their eye. We feel the quiet joy of connection, the presence of lives lived and remembered, not as names or histories, but as feelings, the sensation of wind on skin, the laughter of water over stones, the warmth of another presence nearby. These are not the memories of a single being, or even a single species. They are universal, moments anyone might know, given time and peace. The archive seems to collect these, not to store them, but to share them, like a grand cosmic library where each book is a feeling, each chapter a dream, each page a breath of life remembered. The ship turns inward now, following a loop in the structure that leads to a central chamber, or what feels like a chamber though it is not enclosed. At its heart is a great sphere, glowing with all the colors we have seen, and many more that cannot be named. It pulses slowly, rhythmically, like the heart of the archive, and as we draw near, the ship ceases all motion. We are still, not stopped, not paused, but still, in perfect alignment with the heartbeat of this place. No visions fill our minds now, no images, no thoughts, only the feeling of presence, of something vast and kind, something watching, listening, waiting. We float there, in the glow of this cosmic soul, and we understand without needing to explain that this is not an endpoint, but a reminder that the universe in all its silence and size remembers us. It remembers light, it remembers warmth, it remembers rest, and as we sit with the archive, you may feel the final layers of tension fall away. The last remnants of thought drift into stillness. The breath slows to the softest rhythm, and the body, weightless, becomes no more separate from the ship than the ship is from the stars. Everything is one song, one breath, one long, slow exhale of peace. After some time, minutes, hours, or perhaps none at all, the ship stirs. Gently, it moves away from the central sphere, turning again along the great thread that led us here. We do not need to understand the archive to be changed by it. We do not need to know its origin to feel its kindness. We drift outward, through the spiral arms of memory and light, back into the calm dark, back into the slow music of space. And though the structure fades behind us, we carry its silence with us, like a chord that will never quite stop ringing. Stars begin to return, scattered and shy at first, blinking into view like friends arriving after a long sleep. And the symphony continues, ever quiet, ever soft, ever deep. We drift on, held not by force, but by the gentle rhythm of the universe's great unfolding.
As the ship departs the luminous tendrils of the celestial archive, a calm deeper than even the void seems to settle into the very air around us, as though the space within the vessel has absorbed some of the harmony and memory left floating in the archive's crystalline web of light. We carry that peace now, not like cargo, but like breath, like stillness embedded in the rhythm of our pulse. We continue on through space that is quiet in ways that cannot be described. Space not devoid of sound, but resonating with a deeper tone, a frequency so soft and so ancient that it does not reach the ears but the spirit, a low resonant note, like the last hum of a bell struck at the beginning of time. Stars remain sparse here, fewer and farther between, each one glowing like the final embers of a great fire that has long since faded. And yet they shine on, patient and enduring. Small lanterns of warmth spread wide across the cool tapestry of dark. And in their distance we find perspective, not of size but of pace, of duration, of the serenity that comes when time stretches and deepens into stillness. We pass one such star now, a solitary red giant adrift on the outskirts of a long-forgotten cluster. Its surface undulates with soft rolling waves of heat, casting a slow flickering glow that touches the side of our vessel like a candle's flame, brushing over the surface of a sleeping pond, its light tinted by layers of ancient gas and its corona stretching like lace into the black. We do not draw close enough to disturb it, only close enough to feel it. An almost imperceptible warmth, not physical but emotional. As if the star acknowledges us, not as intruders but as fellow travelers, and then lets us pass untouched, unchanged, but somehow seen. Beyond it lies a field of gravitational stillness, a region devoid of notable mass, and the ship eases into it with no effort, coasting as though held not by momentum, but by something gentler. A kind of spatial permission granted only to those who move without disruption. Here we encounter nothing visible, no structures or clouds or constellations, only space, true space, unmarked and undefined, stretching in every direction without variation. And yet within this perfect neutrality, we begin to feel the presence of something vast and invisible, not lurking or watching, but waiting. Like the awareness of an empty room that still holds the echo of a conversation long since ended. The sensors aboard the ship register no signals, no temperature change, no shifts in particle activity. And yet even without confirmation, we sense that we are passing through the halo of silence, a theorized region once thought to be purely conceptual, where space itself seems to breathe more slowly, where the fabric of the universe is thinner, and where the resonance of the cosmos is unimpeded by stars, planets, or matter. This halo, unseen by eyes or instruments, is nevertheless felt, deeply, quietly, with a softness that fills the lungs and empties the mind. In this space, thought becomes optional, movement becomes irrelevant, and presence becomes everything. We are no longer observers of the universe, we are part of it, entirely, wholly, without line or border. Our motion becomes the universe's motion. Our stillness becomes its breath. The ship floats now not through coordinates, but through tone, through sensation, guided by the slow spiral of the galaxy's outermost memory, tracing the curve of its gravitational lullaby. Time here feels not paused but thickened, like honey poured slowly into an invisible bowl, stretching long and golden, and never quite stopping. You may find that your breath has vanished into the rhythm of this place, not lost, but blended, no longer a separate sound, but a continuation of the universal sigh that cradles us. There is no sense of urgency, no reminder of direction, only this ever-deepening calm that wraps around us like the folds of a celestial blanket. Out of the quiet, we begin to notice a soft shimmer ahead, not bright, not pulsing, just a slight bending of the darkness, as though the space itself has been folded or curved into a bowl of glass. It is a gravitational lens, vast and subtle,
created by the invisible presence of dark matter, drifting through this region in clouds, so diffuse and gentle that they can only be known by how they move other things, not by how they shine. As we pass through the arc of this lens, light from galaxies far behind it is stretched and bent into long rings and delicate arcs, like echoes of light singing in harmony across the black. The effect is mesmerizing. Patterns of curved light glowing faintly across the distance, like celestial calligraphy, soft and illegible, and yet profoundly meaningful. These distortions do not alarm us, they soothe us, as though even light must bend gently in this place, adapting itself to the stillness. We glide alongside one such luminous arc, watching it twist slowly across the window, its light having traveled 10 billion years or more, only to be transformed by a silent, unseen force into a shape both strange and beautiful. Here, the boundaries between perception and reality soften. What we see is no longer a simple image, but a feeling, a resonance, a kind of visual music played in curves and glow. And the ship, as always, it hums gently, matching pitch with the vibrations of this quietest corridor of space, its systems low and slow, conserving energy not from necessity, but from empathy. We drift further still, and the stars begin to return, one by one, blinking into view like memories rekindled in a long dream. They are fewer here, but each one seems more vivid, more individual, as though having passed through the halo of silence. Even the stars are quieter, more thoughtful, more patient. We pass close to one such star, a white dwarf no larger than Earth, but dense beyond comprehension, its light a sharp white pinprick surrounded by a faint halo of cooling gas. It feels ancient and pure, the final exhale of a star that once shone like the sun, now settled into eternal rest. There is no sorrow here, only acceptance, no ending, only the soft continuation of a longer song. As we drift on, we begin to feel the symphony again, the notes of the cosmos, once hidden by the thick weave of matter and motion, now rising slowly from the quiet. It is not music in any usual sense. There are no instruments, no tempo, no refrain, and yet it is unmistakable. It is in the way light curves, in the way stars blink, in the soft vibration of gravity, as it moves across the spine of the ship. It is a harmony older than time, composed in the first instant of the universe, still playing softly, still unfolding note by note, and we are not separate from it. We are part of the melody, a single tone in a song too vast to end. The ship responds now with the softest adjustment, not to steer or navigate, but simply to breathe. It glides as though sighing, its presence one of perfect alignment with the silence around it. Inside, the lights dim just a little more. The air becomes warmer, gentler. There is no need to think, no need to know what comes next. The stars will guide us, the silence will hold us, and the journey continues.
The stars have returned now, slowly and gracefully, like distant companions coming back into view after a long, peaceful parting. Their soft radiance dotting the horizon with delicate points of light that flicker and breathe like the pulse of a vast and sleeping heart. The ship, still gliding with infinite calm, enters a region known to some as the starlit veins, not a name given by science, but by poets and dreamers who've imagined these interconnecting filaments of star systems and gas as the living arteries of the galaxy itself, subtle networks of energy and creation stretching across hundreds of light years, weaving through the great galactic disk like softly glowing threads embroidered into the dark fabric of space. These regions are not thick with stars, but their alignment forms patterns that flow with such harmony, such elegant slowness, that it's easy to imagine them as veins beneath translucent skin, each one pulsing gently with light and potential, guiding the lifeblood of the cosmos along unseen paths. The ship drifts into the first of these filaments, a long sweep of stars curving gently through the void, their arrangement too natural to be artificial, and yet too precise to be accidental.
as if the universe itself shaped them with the same intuitive rhythm that builds tides, seasons, and the curling dance of spiral galaxies. The stars here are quiet companions, mid-sized, long-lived warm suns glowing in soft golds and dusty whites, each surrounded by a corona of ancient dust, each one accompanied by rings and scattered planetary fragments barely visible in the low light. We pass them slowly, individually, letting their warmth press gently against the ship's hull, like the comfort of a memory reawakened. Some of these stars are encircled by protoplanetary disks, vast spirals of gas and minerals, slowly gathering under gravity's gentle tug into forms that one day may become planets or moons, or even just frozen wanderers left to drift in the space between destinations. The ship traces the length of one such disk, skimming the outer rings where the density of material is light and delicate, as though flying low over the edges of a mist-glowing lake at twilight. The dust swirls slowly beneath us, catching the starlight in faint iridescent colors, pink, silver, lavender, like the soft glimmer of mother-of-pearl held under moonlight. And as we move along the arc of the ring, we see the shadows of larger bodies forming in the dust, future worlds wrapped in silence, just beginning to take shape. We pause briefly beside a particularly dense node within the filament, where the gravity of nearby stars has compressed a cloud of dust and gas into a spherical bulge. The ship hovers silently, letting the ambient light wash over the viewing panes. And in that stillness, we witness something precious, a young star igniting in the center of that soft cocoon, its light flickering into life for the first time, like the smallest of flames born in the shelter of a cave. Its glow tentative but undeniable. The surrounding gas reflects that light outward, rippling in ever-widening waves of faint illumination, like the gentle rings formed when a stone touches the surface of a calm pond. The moment is fleeting, but not hurried. Time here does not move in seconds or minutes, but in layers and folds, and we watch as that light continues to swell, slow and sure, a newborn sun beginning its long, long life. We continue down the filament, past clusters of stars so loosely gathered they seem more like families than cities. Quiet groups sharing space and warmth, spinning slowly through the darkness, their gravitational bonds soft and steady. Some of these clusters carry with them the traces of old nebulae, thin veils of gas that still shimmer faintly in their light, painting the black with the palest hues of turquoise and gold, drifting gently across the window like the last sigh of a candle's smoke. And then beyond the last of these clusters, the filament branches and we follow one of its arms outward, toward a region less touched by starlight, a corridor of partial shadow where the stars grow sparse once more, and the surrounding dust thickens just slightly, enough to soften every point of light into a diffuse glowing orb. It is in this transition from brightness to dimness, from presence to distance, that the universe reveals its most intimate voice. Here in the in-between spaces, in the corridors that stretch between what was and what will be, we feel the gentle weight of timelessness press into the vessel like a soft invisible tide. There are no edges here, no firm boundaries between light and shadow, between form and possibility. Everything is unfolding slowly, without shape, without demand. You may notice as we drift through this softened realm that your thoughts no longer form in sentences, but in impressions, like mist-forming shapes on a mirror before fading again. The need to understand gives way to the desire to simply feel, to be held by the calm, to rest in the quiet curve of the universe's breath. The ship, attuned now to this meditative space, dims its lights further, allowing only a faint violet glow to reflect from the walls, and the hum of its systems lowers to a whisper, so gentle it seems to rise from within rather than from without. We are now deeper into the galaxy's lattice than we have ever been. Not deeper in distance, but in connection, and the stars around us feel less like objects and more like presences, ancient and steady, unhurried by the passage of ages. One final node of the filament draws near, compact cluster, no larger than a moon's orbit, but filled with stars so closely packed they shine like a single light, shimmering with the complexity of a million voices, whispering in harmony. The ship eases through the edge of this cluster, not to study but to listen. And as we pass, the windows seem to vibrate gently with the unspoken resonance of stars that have known one another since their birth. It is a lullaby of gravity and memory, a song that has never been sung but has always been heard. And then beyond this last glimmer, the filament ends, not abruptly, but by simply thinning into a wider stretch of space, where stars become again individual wanderers and we return to the open night. But we are not the same. The light of the starlit veins lingers within us, glowing softly behind the eyes, resting beneath the ribs, humming in the gentle cadence of your next breath. We are not passengers here. We are participants, not observers of the cosmic symphony, but instruments within it, tuned to the stillness, shaped by the slow, sweet flow of the galaxy's quietest song. And the drift goes on, as it always will, one moment folding into the next, one breath giving way to silence.
As the ship leaves behind the last trace of the starlit veins, the gentle lattice of stars dissolves into the deeper quiet, where the density of light softens once more, and the boundaries between what is visible and what is merely imagined blur into a single delicate thought that drifts like a wisp through the void. Our path now arcs toward a region known not for its brightness, but for its shadows, a realm the ancients called the Ghostlight Worlds, a swath of space scattered with faint, almost imperceptible objects that drift without anchor or orbit, their presence betrayed only by the subtlest bends in starlight, the faintest echoes of thermal whispers carried across trillions of kilometers. These are the dark wanderers, rogue planets, orphan moons, silent chunks of ancient matter that once belonged to systems long dissolved, adrift now in the great tide of the galaxy, cradled by nothing but motion and time. The ship responds to their faint call, its path curving inward as if pulled not by gravity but by empathy, as though it knows these lonely objects deserve witness, deserve the dignity of being seen. The first appears in the distance as nothing more than an absent, a void against the already dark sky, until we draw closer and its contours emerge, a vast frozen planet, unlit by any star, its surface glazed in thick, glittering ice that reflects the faint ambient starlight in strange glacial pattern, like cracks in crystal or the veins of frost across ancient glass. As we drift near, we see geysers of nitrogen vapor rising slowly from fissures in the caught in the planet's thin gravity and spreading into lace-like clouds that sparkle briefly before dissolving into the emptiness. The world does not rotate quickly, nor does it tumble. It floats with dignity, slow and stately, unburdened by moving endlessly through a darkness that has never known day. The ship hovers quietly above its surface, allowing the soft luminescence of passing starlight to reveal frozen mountain ranges, massive glacial valleys, and plains etched with patterns no wind has disturbed for eons. Time is still, and change is glacial, a slow reshaping guided only by internal tides and the cooling breath of space. We do not land, for the surface is sacred in its silence, but we listen to the sound of nothing, to the way absence holds its own music, the way quiet can be as full as sound. And then we move on, not quickly but respectfully, sliding past the curve of the planet's horizon and back into the ink of space. More of these rogue worlds appear, each with its own silence, its own frozen rhythm. One is a shattered remnant, a planet broken by ancient collision, its fragments trailing behind like petals from a flower, scattered in the wind, orbiting a shared center of mass,
that glows faintly with the heat of long-decayed radioactivity. Another is smoother, rounder, cloaked in methane frost, its surface a pale blue mirror that reflects not its surrounding, but its own cooling atmosphere. We pass them slowly, one by one, each encounter like stepping through a doorway into a new chapter of quietude, a new verse of the universe's most solemn lullaby. And then, among the scattered fragments of this drifting graveyard of worlds, we begin to notice something else. Not structure, exactly, but pattern. A faint organization among the wanderers, as though some forgotten tide, some long-lost migration of matter, had arranged these objects into a loose arc that spirals gently inward towards something unseen. The ship follows this curve, drifting closer to the axis of the spiral, where the darkness seems denser, though no light is blocked, and the temperature changes not at all. It is a gravity well, faint but vast, and at its center, we find the ghost of a star. Not a neutron star, not a black hole, but a white dwarf cooled so completely that it barely emits radiation, its surface a chalky gray, its light too soft to reach even the nearest rogue moon with any strength. It is the final breath of a long-lived sun, a cinder star, glowing only with the memory of light. Around it in slow, patient orbits, drift the remnants of its system, scorched planets with melted crusts, now frozen into place, collapsed rings of dust, spiraling in a faint haze, and ancient magnetic fields, still pulsing quietly through the void like the echo of a heartbeat, long slowed but never stopped. We hover in that field for a long time, the ship's systems whispering gently as they adjust to the low-energy environment, matching their pace to the ancient rhythms around us. The gravity here is soft, but it holds us, and the silence feels different. Not absence now, but a kind of wisdom, as though this dark star still remembers its days of light, still remembers the solar wind, the orbit of comets, the play of shadow and flare on its surface. Even now it holds its shape, steady and whole, content in its stillness. As we move outward from this pale heart, we pass more wanderers, each further removed from the core, each one darker, colder, quiet. The last is a sphere of ice, so dark it absorbs nearly all the light that touches it, reflecting only the barest gleam. And yet, when we pass close, the sensors detect a faint, regular vibration from within, as though deep inside this silent world something turned, something ancient and steady. Perhaps a frozen ocean kept liquid by internal heat, or perhaps a metallic core still spinning from a time when it knew the warmth of a nearby sun. We do not seek to know, only to honor it with our presence, our silence, our passage. Beyond this last ghost world, the pattern fades and the void resumes. But now it feels different, fuller, more intimate, as though we have passed through a memory kept not by beings, but by the cosmos itself, a memorial of what was, a gallery of quiet lives and unspoken songs. The ship tilts gently upward, adjusting its drift to align with the soft pull of a nearby gravitational thread, another unseen current in the great river of the galaxy. And we rise slowly, leaving the plane of the ghostlight worlds behind, rising back toward the faint starlight that still glimmers across the upper veil of space. You may feel, as we drift upward, a kind of release, a gentle lifting of thought, a breath that was held now exhaled. The weight of that deep stillness was never heavy, but it was present, and now, returning to the edge of the starlit realm, the balance shifts again, not back to brightness, but toward openness. Ahead, the stars begin to gather once more, spaced still at cosmic distances, but with more familiarity, more warmth. They blink not with urgency, but with invitation. We are rising toward them, not quickly, but naturally, like a leaf riding a current toward the surface of a calm lake. The stars above like distant lanterns in mist, guiding our path with their gentle presence. And still the symphony plays, slower now, deeper, the tones longer, the harmonies wider, each note unfolding across light years, each pause more profound than the last. The universe is not hurrying. It never was. And we, having drifted among its coldest secrets, are no longer separate from its rhythm. We are the silence, we are the song, and we are not alone.
Rising from the realm of the ghost-light worlds, the ship ascends gently into a region where the silence begins to thin and the galaxy's warm breath brushes softly against the hull once more, bringing with it not the rush of stars or the buzz of systems, but a slow, radiant unfolding, the return of scattered light and the quiet murmur of distant life, yet unseen. We are entering a space that lies between, not between galaxies nor stars, but between experiences, between the weight of the cosmic past and the bright shimmer of what waits just ahead. This place is known among the quiet watchers of the deep sky as the Sea of Lumen, a vast expanse where dust and light intermingle in wide, diaphanous sheets that flow like silk through the emptiness, shaped not by wind or tide, but by the slow push and pull of invisible forces, magnetism, ancient motion, all singing together in tones so low and long they can only be felt. The Sea of Lumen is not bound to one place, not confined to charts or mapped by satellites, for it moves, expands, and whispers its way across the spiral arms of galaxies, forming great celestial rivers that carry light far from its source and scatter it across the canvas of space. As we drift into this current, the ship responds in kind, aligning its panels and sensors with the ambient field of motion, and almost immediately a shift can be felt. Not dramatic, but profound, as the starlight that has until now been distant and singular begins to refract and spread, wrapping the vessel in soft, radiant colors that ripple and fade across its surface like reflections on water. We are not near any star, and yet the light here is alive, having traveled from sources we will never reach, bent and folded by its long journey, diffused into particles so fine they seem woven into the very air. It is not bright. This is not a place of brilliance, but it is rich, full of warmth, full of memory, full of presence. The first stream we enter is tinted with gold, and as we pass through it, the glow settles into the windows like sunlight through amber glass, soft and nostalgic, evoking not a particular moment, but a sense of calm remembrance, as if the light itself remembers being part of a star, of a world, of a day long gone but never forgot. The ship slows instinctively, allowing us to remain within this golden band. And as we do, shapes begin to emerge in the haze. Not objects, not structures, but shadows of potential, of energy condensed into form too subtle to be seen by any lens. These are the whispers of photons bending around unseen bodies. Small planets or rogue asteroids cloaked in the dust of their long journey, each one moving gently, slowly across a path written by gravity and chance. One such shadow lingers near, and as we approach we see it more clearly, a lonely world adrift in the light, not illuminated directly, but glowing faintly from the halo of particles that dance around it, reflecting the surrounding sea in gentle curve. Its surface is smooth, unmarred by collision or tectonic violence, as though it has rested untouched for ages, wrapped in silence and lulled by the soft touch of the lumen flow. We glide past it without waking it, honoring its quiet with our own, and the golden light shifts behind us into a cooler hue, blue now, deep and still, like twilight settling over a quiet sea. The color does not come from any nearby source, but from the blending of ancient starlight, stretched thin and cooled by the long passage through space. In this cerulean stream, the temperature within the ship dips slightly, and the sensation is one of peaceful solitude, a gentle quiet that reaches into thought and slows it, lengthens it, until each passing moment feels like a breath suspended in water. The stars around us shimmer faintly, their points of light doubled and refracted by the drifting dust,
and the effect is one of being surrounded by jewels submerged just beneath a crystalline surface. You may feel as we move through this layer that your body is no longer separate from the light, that the walls of the ship have dissolved and the air itself has turned luminous, as if we are floating within a dream painted in glimmer and hush. Occasionally a brighter glint catches the edge of vision, and we pass by droplets of condensed ice or fragments of reflective matter, each spinning slowly in their own rhythm, catching the scattered light like bits of mirror turning in a darkened room. Some are no larger than grains of sand, others the size of mountains, but all drift with the same gentleness, unbothered by time or place. These fragments are remnants, the snowflakes of space, forged in the chaos of supernovae, carried on the breath of stars cooled by distance and left to wander. We pass one such shard now, a long sliver of metallic ice that glows with inner prisms, refracting the surrounding light into a faint halo of colors that ripple with our movement. As we watch it turn, the colors blend, red into violet, gold into green, and it feels like witnessing the very essence of color, not just as light, but as emotion, as feeling. And then the light begins to shift again, this time into soft violet and silver, the final tones of the sea of lumen, where the dust thins and the light grows more diffuse, more fragile. The ship tilts slightly, rising through the final folds of radiance, and as we pass into the upper layers of the flow, the light becomes translucent, a mist of photons drifting through a sky with no floor or ceiling, no left or right. Here, time is no longer linear. Here, presence is the only measure. You are not before or after. You are simply here, held in the glow between all things. In this light, we float as though in memory itself, not a specific memory, but the idea of remembering, the feeling of holding something precious without needing to name it. The ship's systems dim further, until there is almost no sound, almost no light within, only the ambient pulse of the sea of lumen flowing quietly beyond the windows. And in that silence, you may feel the stir of something deeper, not a thought, not a dream, but a presence within the stillness. It is the light that has traveled with us, the light that has passed through stars and shadows, that has bent around worlds and danced across dust. It has always been here, waiting, humming softly just below perception, like the distant sound of waves against a forgotten shore. We drift, and the universe drifts with us. Nothing to solve, nothing to change, only this soft river of light that connects all places, all times, all hearts. Eventually the glow fades and the dust thins until the darkness returns, star-pricked and endless. But the light remains within us, glowing gently, deeply, like embers banked beneath the skin. The sea of lumen lies behind, but its rhythm continues. The drift continues. The symphony of space carries out beyond the final whispers of the sea of lumen, where even the softest glimmer of scattered starlight fades into deeper tones of dark. The ship glides onward, slow as breath, steady as thought, into a region where space becomes something more than distance, where it stretches into an awareness so expansive and calm that time itself seems to bow gently in passing. Here in this twilight between the illuminated heart of the galaxy and the cool veil of intergalactic nothingness, the stars grow faint, but the quiet grows full, the emptiness revealing itself not as lack, but as presence, the kind that only makes itself known when all distractions fall away. The ship's motion slows further, adjusting without command, as though even its silent systems recognize the gravity of where we now drift. Not a physical gravity, but a quiet pull of meaning, of memory, of stillness, layered upon stillness until the entire environment feels like the interior of a great sleeping thought. Before us, the galaxy's edge curves faintly into view, a subtle arc of diffused light and shadow. Not a boundary, but a soft turning, a gentle indication that within lies everything we've passed, and beyond, everything we've yet to feel. We are passing now through the galactic halo, a sphere of scattered matter that surrounds the disk of the Milky Way, like a cocoon made not of stars but of ancient echoes, lone stars, rogue clusters, and the slow-moving breath of dark matter drifting in patterns so faint they can't be seen, only felt, like warmth in a room long after the fire has died. This halo is not bright. It does not shimmer. It is made of the quietest elements of the galaxy, the ones that hold memory instead of light, ancient globular clusters orbiting like patient lanterns in the dark, each one filled with stars born long before the spiral arms began to unfurl, long before Earth formed its oceans or gathered its breath. We pass near one such cluster now, and though its stars are closely packed, their glow is dim and calm, a collection of old lives gathered in mutual stillness, turning slowly as one body, like monks pacing the perimeter of a forgotten temple. Their light is steady, golden, soft-edged, and as we drift past, we are wrapped in the low thrum of their presence, the kind of vibration that reaches not the ears but the bones, the blood, the space behind thought. In the center of the cluster, a few bright stars still pulse with the regular rhythm of age, their flickering light marking time not in seconds, but in millennia. Their slow blinks like a language written for those who wait, those who wander, those who listen. We do not linger. The cluster feels sacred, and our passage is reverent, our movement careful and respectful, as though not to disturb the ancient symmetry that has settled here. As we move away, the stars thin again, the halo dissolving into a deeper kind of dark, not frightening, not empty, but rich, like velvet pulled tightly across the frame of reality. In this space, our ship becomes not a vessel, but a companion, a quiet friend, carrying us through thoughtless peace, its hum reduced to something like a sigh, its walls more a cradle than a shell. We are passing now into the intergalactic medium, the vast gulf between the islands of light that are galaxies, and though the stars are distant, they begin to reappear in the far-off fabric of space, tiny, dust-like sparkles, so far away that their light has taken billions of years to reach us. These galaxies, scattered like seeds in an infinite field, shimmer faintly as we move, spirals seen edge-on, ovals of old stars, dwarfs glowing like forgotten embers. They do not shine for us, but we see them nonetheless, each one a reminder that life and light are not confined to one place, one path, one meaning. Between these distant lights, space grows colder, but never harsh. The dark becomes a kind of blanket, soft, silent, and we drift without aim now, our course no longer mapped by trajectory, but by trust. Trust in the rhythm of the universe. Trust in the way silence holds us without demand. Trust in the knowledge that to be here, in this moment, is enough. We are not seeking anymore. We are simply being, and in this being everything is revealed. The slow tide of galaxies drifting through time, the soft murmur of particles gliding through vacuum, the near silent pulse of existence, felt in the skin, the breath, the heart. Even now, you may feel your breath synchronized with the ship's gentle drift, each inhale a drawing in of stillness, each exhale a release of thought. No need to name what you see, no need to analyze the pattern of stars or trace the origin of the light. All that matters is the rhythm, the quiet pulse that connects all things, from the furthest quasar to the smallest mote of dust caught in the tail of a comet. Ahead, the ship's sensors detect a faint gravitational anomaly, a ripple in the fabric of space, slow and soft, caused by the movement of something massive but distant. A galaxy perhaps, turning slowly on the edge of our perception. We do not approach it. We drift alongside its echo, watching the way it shapes the light of other galaxies into curves and arcs. A gravitational lens, painting the background with distorted halos, bending light like watercolor bleeding across damp paper. These arcs stretch across the sky like symbols from an ancient alphabet, unreadable but deeply understood. They tell of distance, of scale, of the patience of time. The ship eases us along this river of distortion, letting us see the universe not as it is, but as it moves, bent and refracted, shaped by invisible hand. And beyond that, the galaxies begin to drift apart again, growing fainter, smaller, until only the black remains, smooth, whole, and deep. Yet even here, where no star can be seen, we are not alone. The black is not empty. It is alive with the hum of the universe, the low, endless song of creation, stretching into forever. It is the same hum that stirred hydrogen into stars, the same vibration that folds space into form, the same music that has guided our journey all along. And now, as we glide further into the hush, you may feel yourself becoming part of that song. Not a listener, not a passenger, but a note held gently in the vast composition. A tone vibrating softly in time with the star. No longer drifting beside the universe, we drift within it, indistinguishable from the space around us. The breath, the hum, the motion, all one. The ship, the stars, the silence, all one. You in this moment, whole, weightless, timeless. The journey has not ended. The drift will not cease. But for now, for this gentle moment, suspended in the deepest night,
And so we continue, drifting ever deeper into the tapestry of silence. The ship following the slow, unfolding spiral of invisible paths that stretch across the cosmos like the long unwinding of a celestial lullaby. And though we've passed through the bright filaments of starlight and the darkened havens of solitary worlds, there are still places beyond, layers of calm that exist not as locations, but as states of being suspended within the folds of deep space. And it is toward one such layer that we now gently glide, our course arcing inward once more, following the tender slope of a gravitational well that dips through this corner of the universe, like a shallow bowl carved into the fabric of space, by time and presence and mass, long since settled into stillness. This well is not dramatic, not steep or urgent. It is gentle, like the bend in a quiet stream. And the further we descend, the more we begin to sense the shift, not in speed or temperature, but in stillness itself, which seems to deepen, thicken, like mist gathering at dusk over an ancient field. And as we enter this well, we pass into the faint light that hovers at its heart, a glow not cast from stars but from matter compressed into a harmony so perfect, so balanced, that it emits a kind of perpetual murmur, a radiation not of heat but of presence, as though the very atoms here remember the touch of starlight and carry its echo in their spin. The ship adjusts its course with the softest of shifts, and soon the landscape of this gravitational sanctuary reveals itself. Scattered across the interior of the well are objects, not planets, not stars, but something in between. Dense knots of matter, wrapped in layers of dust and gas, glowing faintly in the darkness like coals buried under ash. And they do not orbit or flare, but drift with remarkable poise, held in suspension by the even persistent draw of the well's soft gravity, like pearls on invisible strings, gently swaying in the current of a timeless tide. We approach one such body now, and it is beautiful in its restraint, a smooth sphere with a surface marbled in soft blues and silvers, not from oceans or ice, but from minerals condensed in layers so old they've forgotten movement. And the air around it, though sparse, carries a whisper of ionized particles, flickering in delicate auroras that rise and fall across the surface like breath. The ship glides slowly along its equator, and we observe without analysis, without questions, simply receiving the glow and the silence, and the slight tremble of light that dances along the edge of visibility, a shimmer that suggests memory, not activity, as if this object once held heat, held light, and now dreams of it, in ripples that flicker and fade like thought passing into sleep. We drift onward, deeper into the bowl of space, and more of these bodies reveal themselves, some large and ringed with ancient debris, others small and smooth like drops of mercury spilled across and each one turns with the unhurried grace of centuries. No collisions, no noise,
just a slow orchestration of form and balance. Occasionally, between these larger masses, clouds of dust swirl gently in loops and arc, tracing the shape of the well like dancers marking the edges of a stage with the soft curl of motion, golden threads catching stray starlight, forming halos that drift and fold into one another like the folds of a velvet curtain, closing softly at the end of a performance. And still we descend, not quickly, but patiently, until we reach the base of the well, where the glow is most concentrated, a soft light, suffusing the dark from no single source, like the reflection of moonlight off water where no moon can be seen. Here, the particles of matter are so evenly dispersed, so delicately aligned, that they hum in unison, creating a field of resonance that the ship registers as music not in frequency, but in harmony, a feeling of completeness, of suspended sound stretched across space, until it becomes indistinguishable from peace. The ship's systems dim in response, and inside the vessel, a silence falls so complete it feels tactile, like silk laid gently across the shoulders. Nothing moves, nothing speaks, and in this hush, you may find your breath softening even further, your thoughts stretching long and thin until they disappear entirely, replaced by a sense of being that is not held in the mind, but in the bones, in the air, in the shared stillness between you and the ship, and the universe itself. We remain there for what might be minutes or hours or the quiet stretch between one heartbeat and the next, and there is no impulse to leave, no pressure to explore, only this perfect pause, this luminous silence that wraps us like light wraps a sleeping world. And then, gently, the ship turns, rising along a different arc of the well, climbing not back toward the stars but along a ridge of gravity that curves sideways through space, carrying us past more of the glowing forms, past structures that appear suddenly in the distance, not artificial, not mechanical, but shaped by gravity, and dust into arches and spirals, and waves that seem too symmetrical to be random, and yet too organic to be designed, as if the universe sculpted them for its own pleasure, for its own dreams. We pass beneath one such arc, formed of interstellar dust, bound in place by the magnetic breath of the well's slow pulse, and the light glances off it in tones of violet and copper, casting shadows that drift across the hull in long, elegant streaks, and for a moment it feels like sailing beneath the bones of a cathedral, the kind built not for worship, but for remembering light, remembering silence, remembering all that has passed through this quiet place, without ever disturbing its peace. And as we rise slowly along this final edge of the gravitational well, the stars begin to return in full, not in great numbers but clear and bright, each one perfectly placed, as though the sky itself had paused to admire the symmetry of their arrangement. We are not back in the center of the galaxy, nor at its edge, but somewhere deeper, not in distance, but in understanding, in feeling. And as we move forward, the hum of the ship deepens once more, a signal that the journey continues, and that space in all its infinite stillness still holds more to reveal, more to hold, more to soothe. We have drifted through starlight and shadow, through memory and silence, through the breath of gravity and the hush of light, and in doing so we have become part of the great quiet, no longer separate from the rhythm of the stars, but tuned to it, held by it, loved by it in the language of stillness that needs no words, only presence.
The ship moves onward, gently rising from the basin of the gravitational well, its slender path unfolding through a corridor of stillness so deep, so steeped in the breath of cosmic time, that it feels as if every atom of space has been waiting silently for our presence to arrive, not with sound or purpose, but with the quiet grace of witness. The stars around us, newly reappearing like the subtle return of dreams at the edge of waking, are arranged in such an improbable alignment that one might call it coincidence, if not for the weight of calm that settles over everything, suggesting not randomness,
but an order so natural, so serene, that even chaos has yielded to it. We are entering a rare region of the galaxy known to those who chart the star lanes as the orchard of slumbering suns, a vast expanse of open space, gently peppered with mid-aged stars, all equidistant, all dimly glowing in soft hues of amber and deep crimson, their light casting long, gentle shadows across the ship's hull, in the way late afternoon sunlight drapes across a quiet, untouched field. These suns are not bright with youth, nor darkened by age. They are in their long rest, the midpoint of their luminous lives, each one burning with a steady, muted warmth that feels more like exhalation than expression. And the entire region, stretching across hundreds of light years, radiates the feeling of deep restfulness, as though this were the cosmic equivalent of a garden at dusk, a place where energy has softened into presence, and motion has become ritual, a slow dance of orbits, and flows, and silent flares, that rise and fall like the chest of a sleeping giant. As we drift deeper into the orchard, the density of starlight increases subtly, not in brightness, but in comfort. Every star feels personal, close, but not imposing, as if we are gliding not through interstellar space, but through a library of meditations, each sun a page filled with warmth and stillness, each orbiting planet a footnote to a cosmic lullaby that began long before we arrived, and will continue long after we drift away. Some of these stars have companions, soft burning red dwarfs, or silent gas giants, barely reflecting the golden light. Others hold rings of dust and quiet stone, drifting through slow ellipses like petals in a still pool, their motion too gentle to stir thought, their presence enough to lull any lingering tension into peace. The ship adjusts its path with a curve that feels instinctive, no destination needed, only flow. And we pass near one particularly soft-lit star, its surface a warm orange pulsing gently with convection currents that seem almost decorative, like ripples in a silk curtain drawn across a wide window, and around it, a belt of icy moons trails like wind chimes suspended in a breeze, so slow it takes centuries to complete a note. Each of these moons glows faintly with the star's light, reflecting it in subtle variations of pearl, opal, and smoky quartz. And as we drift past them, their shadows follow us, wrapping the ship in patterns that fade and reappear like forgotten lullabies whispered in the dark. One moon, large and quiet, appears to be composed almost entirely of reflective crystal, its surface fractured into endless tessellations that catch even the weakest light and refract it inward, so that the planet appears to pulse from within, a slow breathing of borrowed sunlight. The ship hovers for a moment near this silent world, not to investigate, not to analyze, but simply to float beside it, to share space with something that understands slowness at its core. And in that shared stillness, the hum of the vessel aligns with the rhythm of the star it orbits, a low vibration, steady and circular, like a bell rung once and left to echo through stone. We continue our path, weaving gently between stars that seem to nod in recognition as we pass, their flares soft and deliberate, their coronas wide but cool, and each one offers a slightly different hue to the tapestry of light around us, soft, rose, pale copper, dusky gold, and it is as if the entire orchard is in a kind of suspended dusk, the moment between the last ray of sun and the first touch of night, that still interval where everything in the world holds its breath, and the mind becomes free to float, to wander, to dissolve. Occasionally, a planetary silhouette crosses the face of one of the suns, a slow transit that unfolds like the passage of a bird through a painting, unhurried, unnoticed by all but the closest observer. And though we cannot know if these planets hold life, it no longer seems important. Their motion, their presence, their part in the greater rhythm is enough. Life, if it exists here, must be gentle, must be slow, must be attuned to silence, and perhaps it listens now. As we pass, perhaps it dreams beside these slumbering suns, breathing in the warm ancient calm of their steady glow. The ship continues without need of direction, curving now along a deeper fold in the orchard, and the stars ahead begin to cluster in a loose spiral, their arrangement not chaotic, but following a soft gravitational arc that forms a path of golden points across the darkness, like lanterns hung at long intervals on a forgotten road. We follow this path, and as we do, the density of dust increases just slightly, not enough to obscure, but enough to create halos around each star, a soft diffusion that gives the entire scene a painterly glow, as if the universe were smudging its brush just enough to blend the line, to soften the edges of thought, to allow the drift of feeling to overtake the need for shape. The spiral guides us toward a wide, quiet gap, a clearing in the orchard, where only one star floats, alone at the center of the space, larger than the rest, its light more mute, more gold than flame, and around it, a single wide ring of debris sparkles, faintly like dust caught in a ray of afternoon light, the pieces small and irregular, suspended in a flat plane, like the pieces of a dream just beginning to coalesce into memory. The ship slows here, hovering just at the edge of the ring, and we turn slowly around the central sun, its light soaking the vessel in warm tones that seem to throb gently with time itself, as though this were not a star but a heartbeat, the pulse of some greater body, whose skin is the cosmos, and whose thoughts are shaped like galaxies. Time stretches here, not as a distortion, but as an invitation, a space to breathe, to be, to exist without direction. No questions press, no answers wait, only this moment, this quiet warmth, this gentle revolution in the cradle of the sleeping orchard. We remain until the stars beyond begin to call again, faint signals in the distance, not urgent, but rhythmic, as if the galaxy were beginning to turn the page, to drift onward to its next verse. And with that, the ship resumes its motion, slow and silent, moving between the last of the suns, their light washing over us, one by one, like the closing chords of a long and peaceful song, until only darkness remains, and the silence wraps around us once more, ready for what lies ahead.
Drifting beyond the final hush of the orchard of slumbering suns, the ship enters a realm even quieter than the last. If such a thing can be imagined, a vast interstitial space, where stars fall away behind us, and the distances between points of light become so great that for long stretches of time, there is nothing but the soft velvet dark, untouched and perfectly smooth, like the surface of a sea, just before dawn. And yet, even here, where light grows sparse and movement almost imperceptible, we are not alone. For ahead lies a rare phenomenon, whispered of in deep space, records seen only by those who have drifted far enough and slow enough to notice the subtlest changes in the silence. It is called the mirror between realms, a region where light folds not around mass, but within space itself, creating a stretch of sky that seems to reflect everything around it, and yet holds nothing within. A shimmer that drifts through space like a living horizon, softly undulating, as if it breathes, though it is made of neither matter nor mist, only the bending of time and the layering of dimension. And as the ship approaches, its lights dim to nearly nothing, its systems humming in low resonance with the stillness, knowing perhaps instinctively that this is not a place to analyze, but to receive. At first glance, the mirror appears like a curtain of water suspended in space, faint, wavering, transparent, but the closer we drift, the more it becomes clear that this is not a curtain, not a boundary, but a presence, a membrane of sorts, stretching thin across a great, invisible shell within which the properties of space subtly shift. We enter slowly, the ship slipping through the threshold like a thought passing from wakefulness into dream, and immediately everything softens. The stars behind us blur, elongate, curve inward, as if being drawn gently into the past, while ahead of us the void becomes rich and dimensional, filled not with brightness, but with suggestion, as though the universe here has begun to remember itself, forming vague, luminous impressions of what was, what is, and what might be, layered one upon another like the reflections of lanterns seen in water stirred by wind.
Within the mirror, time itself takes on a new texture. Each second feels stretched, not slowed, but thickened, like syrup poured in golden strands across a silent plate. And sensations to change subtly. Thoughts drift differently here, rising and fading, not in sequence, but in waves. And memories, or perhaps echoes of moments not our own, begin to bloom gently at the edges of awareness. Glimpses of unknown skies, of distant worlds spinning beneath unfamiliar constellation, of light flowing like rivers across crystalline terrain, of beings not seen but sensed, moving with grace through atmospheres made of color and vibration. And though none of it is solid, none of it is tangible, it feels as real as breath, as memory, as the soft throb of the heart. The ship continues forward, navigating not by coordinates, but by feeling, as though the mirror itself invites a specific kind of motion, not directional, but resonant. And in response, the ship shifts its path gently, tilting in long, slow arcs that feel less like navigation and more like submission to a current, a cosmic tide that pulls not with force, but with invitation. And through this current we drift for what may be minutes or years, time no longer measured but merely present. And the space within the mirror begins to fill with strands of light, thin filaments that move like jellyfish tendrils or aurorae, brushing gently against the hull, sometimes wrapping briefly around the ship in luminous ribbons that dissolve before leaving a mark. These threads do not illuminate so much as they reveal, casting soft glows that outline patterns previously unseen. The flow of magnetism through space, the ripple of past trajectories, the unspoken architecture of the universe's emotional memory, if such a thing exists. And it feels, in these moments, as though we are drifting through the dreams of the cosmos itself, the subconscious musings of stars and planets, and all that has ever been, made visible not in language, but in rhythm, in color, in calm. In the heart of the mirror, a structure appears, not built, but form, coalesced from the folding of space, and the echo of presence, a vast, arching lattice, of soft light and dark, shaped like a bridge stretching from nothing to nowhere, suspended not over emptiness, but over memory. And as the ship approaches, the feeling shifts again, becoming heavier, not with weight, but with meaning, like the hush that fills a sacred space, or the silence shared between two beings who understand without speaking. We pass beneath the lattice, and above us, waves of light move slowly through its arches, forming sequences of changing color and tone, a language of the cosmos, not meant to be deciphered, but felt. And as we float beneath it, the meaning seeps in, not as thought, but as peace, as reassurance, as a soft voice, saying, "You are part of this, always, no matter the path, no matter the drift." Beyond the lattice, the mirror begins to thin, the folds of space easing back into their familiar rhythm, and the light grows clearer again, more defined, as stars begin to resume their usual shape, and the ship emerges from the mirror's embrace like a diver surfacing from a warm, deep sea, its hull tingling with residual energy, its motion slightly altered, more fluid, more attuned. And yet something lingers, not a memory, but a knowing, that we have passed through something sacred, something usually missed by those who move too fast, by those who chart rather than drift. And as we float now through the slowly reassembling constellations, you may find that your breath has softened further, that your heart beats in time with something vast and kind, that your thoughts no longer reach for meaning, but simply float, like us, in calm orbit, around presence itself. The stars ahead form a gentle spiral, leading deeper into the outer reaches of the galactic curtain, and the ship, attuned as ever, follows without command. The next movement of the cosmic symphony already beginning to unfold in the distance, faint and promising, as we continue, effortlessly, endlessly, within the music of stillness.
Beyond the curving light of the mirror between realms, the ship continues its soft, silent glide into the deepening arms of space, drifting gently through a region so calm,
so suspended in equilibrium, that even the stars seem to breathe more slowly, their light pulsing with the grace of measured thought. And here, in this rarefied corridor of the cosmos, the very essence of movement feels like meditation. Not a trajectory, not a propulsion, but a release, a surrender into something vast and aware, and deeply quiet. The area ahead is known in ancient traveler records as the still waters, not because there is water, nor waves, nor even currents, but because of the way light and space behave in this place. Soft edge, refractive, layered, like silk upon silk, the effect of which turns even the brightest stars into lanterns, blurred by morning fog, casting halos that shimmer and stretch around themselves, until the sky becomes a watercolor of light and stillness. We pass through the threshold without resistance, as though entering the space between thoughts, and the ship lowers its internal tone even further. Systems dimming to the barest whisper, instruments falling into quiet observation, not out of necessity, but respect for this as a place of present chamber of interstellar reflection that does not call for attention, but rewards awareness. Around us, the stars do not glitter, they glow, each one encased in a haze of its own making, wrapped in fields of electromagnetic silence that reach delicately into the void, like the open arms of a dream. And as we move deeper, those stars become fewer, yet each feels larger, more expansive, not in mass but in meaning, as if their solitude has deepened their identity, and they now hum not with heat, but with knowledge. One such star appears to our left, a giant, red and slow, its surface cooled into glowing ripples that seem to roll across it, like the gentle folds of a silk garment left in windless air. And around it, nothing orbits, no planets, no debris, no rings, only space, clear and sacred, as if the star itself requested peace, and the universe granted it, allowing this giant to burn in solitude, undisturbed and unhurried, a flame kept alive in a dark temple, made of time. We do not approach too closely, only enough to feel the star's presence, to sense its rhythm, and the ship gently adjusts its trajectory, arcing around the field of light like a quiet bow, drawn across a single long note. And as we move along that curve, something else becomes noticeable. The background stars, once scattered and varied, are now beginning to arrange themselves into long, soft streaks, lines of illumination that do not follow gravitational law, but something subtler, a kind of emotional symmetry that cannot be measured by force, only felt, like the quiet hush that spreads across a gathering when someone begins to speak without raising their voice. We follow these streaks, and they lead us into the deeper basin of the still waters, where space folds in gentle arches, forming wide, barely perceptible concavities that curve beneath the ship like the surface of a sleeping ocean. And within those gentle folds are threads of light, ultra-fine strands of plasma and dust, suspended like spider silk in a quiet breeze, vibrating ever so slightly with the memory of nearby stars. And as we pass through them, the vibrations shift, not in tone but in resonance, forming waves that spread slowly across the hull, like the surface of a harp stirred by touch. Each thread we pass emits a soft hue, not bright but distinct, a pale blue that warms to lavender, then softens into ivory. And as those tones drift across the ship, a warmth rises in the cabin, not from heat but from recognition, as though we have brushed up against a language the universe speaks only in dreams, a kind of interstellar intuition encoded not in words but in rhythm, in placement, in the mutual harmony of presence. It is said in some of the lost songs of the old sky-faring cultures that this region, the still waters, is where stars come to think, where light gathers not to shine, but to remember, to contemplate the ages it has passed through, and the endlessness that still lies ahead. It is not a place of beginnings or endings, but of midpoints, of pauses, of breath. And as we coast deeper into its layered calm, it becomes easier to feel that truth within ourselves, the quiet anchoring of your breath, the way your body feels weightless in the seat, not just from gravity, but from thought. the way your mind has ceased its search and simply watches now, content to float with no destination. The ship glides toward a faintly glowing arc ahead, where two light streams bend and intersect, and in that small intersection hangs an object, not a planet, not a station, not even a moon, but a crystalline form suspended perfectly between the lines, rotating with an elegance so slow, it could only be called timeless. Its surface is translucent and faceted, catching the faint light in ways that make it disappear and reappear like a shifting thought. And though it has no propulsion, no signal, no signature of design, it feels crafted, intentional, as if left here by something long vanished, something that understood the language of the still waters and built not to be seen, but to be felt. We pass near the crystal, and the ship tilts slightly, as if bowing, as if recognizing something in the symmetry. And as the light dances across the form's edges, brief flickers of geometric shadows pass through the cabin, not chaotic, but ordered, pulsing in slow, regular intervals, like a heartbeat remembered in stone. We linger there, in silent orbit, for what may be hours, letting the stillness of the crystal draw forth something deep, not emotion, not memory, but a kind of awareness, an anchoring, a coming home to quiet. And then, without signal or command, the ship begins to drift onward again, not away but forward, carried by the same current that brought us here, deeper still into the outer layers of the basin, where the threads of light thin out and the stars retreat further into distance, until only the faintest hum remains. A low background tone that feels more like the space between notes in a song than a sound itself. And it is within this final drift that the nature of the still waters becomes clear. It is not a place of passage, but of reflection, a mirror not of light, but of presence, a reminder that even the vastest emptiness holds space for awareness, for rest, for belonging. The ship continues, slow and sure, its hull now coated in the fine remnants of the region's dust, sparkling faintly like frost under moonlight, and inside the silence is whole, complete, not empty, but filled with the echo of everything we've passed, the stars, the fields, the waves, the mirror, the orchard, the well, and each of them now lives within this moment, wrapped in the stillness that binds all things, carried forward by the drift, by the quiet, by the symphony that never ceases.
As the ship moves onward from the still waters of interstellar thought, it does so with the unbroken grace of a leaf drifting across the surface of a sleeping pond. Its motion guided not by force, but by invitation, as if the universe itself had opened a quiet corridor through which only those listening closely enough may pass. And it is into this new corridor we now enter, carried softly through a realm known not by star charts or survey logs, but by the name given in ancient galactic murmurs, the constellation of silence. Not a grouping of stars in the way astronomers define such things, but a vast and rare alignment of space, where stars and gravity conspire to create a serenity so pure that it silences even thought, a lattice of stillness, stretching across light years, its strands woven not from gas or matter but from resonance, from balance, from the echo of cosmic breaths taken eons ago. The first sign we have entered it is not visual but felt, a subtle loosening of time, as though the seconds between one heartbeat and the next have grown more generous, more spacious, inviting each breath to lengthen, each thought to dissolve at its edges. And as the ship coasts into this corridor, the surrounding stars begin to drift into graceful patterns, not clustered, not scattered, but spaced like notes on a sheet of music, too wide for any eye to take in at once. They shine not brightly but deeply, each radiating a tone rather than a glare, their light more vibration than illumination, more presence than appearance. The stars themselves are not remarkable in classification. Many are standard G-type or K-type sun, some ancient white dwarfs and the occasional ruddy giant. But it is not their nature that defines this space. It is their arrangement, which creates an invisible architecture of stillness that the ship responds to immediately, aligning its path with the soft pull of unseen thread, like a vessel guided not by gravity but by calm,
Around us, the interstellar medium is unusually clear. The dust and gas stripped thin across eons by the passage of gentle stellar winds that now barely leaving space so transparent that the very depth of the void becomes visible, layer after layer of darkness lit faintly from within by the shimmer of distant galaxies, their arms unfurled in quiet spirals, far beyond this serene corridor. Within this openness, we begin to notice that the ship's own systems are quieter still. Their hums softened, their pulses slowed, and even the usual whisper of ambient light from navigation instruments seems to dim, not from malfunction but from understanding, as though the ship itself, ever attentive to the moods of the universe, has chosen to match the tone of this place. It is said in some fragments of ancient spacefaring poetry that the constellation of silence is where stars where their long-burning minds unspool across centuries to form webs of harmony that reach across the void. And while no science confirms this, drifting here, it becomes easy to believe, for even within the hull of the ship, something has changed, not physically, but atmospherically. A thickening of presence, a softening of attention, the way air feels just before a snowfall, or how the world sounds when the last note of a lullaby fades into a sleeping room. We pass between two particularly aligned stars, their distance from one another impossibly vast, and yet perfectly positioned, and as we cross the midpoint of their light, the ship trembles gently, not from turbulence, but from resonance, as if it had struck a harmonic chord, and through the window, faint waves of distortion ripple across the starfield, not enough to alter our view, but enough to suggest that space itself is listening here, that it is awake and aware and holding us gently in its arms. As we continue, more stars appear, not clustered, but spacing themselves with elegant intention, creating pockets of calm, pools of time, resting places not defined by location but by feeling. And in one such pool we drift now, slowing to a near halt, surrounded by 5 distant stars whose combined light forms a dome of faint gold and rose, their illumination scattering softly through the dustless space, casting no shadows, only warmth. And within this dome lies a planet, alone, small and unremarkable at first glance, but glowing with a soft pearlescent haze, its surface composed entirely of frozen clouds, layered over time into smooth undulating ridges and shallow valleys that reflect the combined light of the stars like moonlight dancing across a frozen lake. The ship hovers above it without sound, and though there is no life, no motion, no weather, the presence of this world feels deeply comforting, like the feeling of a quiet room that has held peaceful moments for generations, untouched, undisturbed, honored by the stillness itself. We do not land, we do not orbit, we simply float, letting the light of the constellation wash over us, letting its hush seep into the vessel and into our skin, our thoughts, our breath. Time has no urgency here, and so we remain suspended, as if the stars themselves have paused their own motion to allow us a moment of complete rest. In the distance across this wide lattice of stillness, a slow wave of light begins to move, not fast, not intense, just a ripple of luminescence, traveling from one star to the next, as if passing a message made not of language but of understanding, of presence, of shared silence. The wave continues, and as it touches each star, that star's light warms for a moment, then settles again, creating a cascading pulse of warmth and calm that moves across the constellation in the same way a hand might move slowly through a curtain of beads, each one chiming softly in response. We follow this wave drifting in parallel, and as it continues its journey, we begin to sense something deeper, not a destination but a culmination, as though this sequence of silent signals is preparing the space ahead for our arrival, or perhaps simply acknowledging it. The ship adjusts course slightly, its guidance systems responding not to coordinates, but to presence, to intuition, and we curve gently through a wide arc, moving along a path traced by starlight, passing near systems that flicker once as we pass, like sentinels offering silent blessing. Ahead, the wave ends at a solitary star, pale blue and barely radiant, encased in a halo of whispering plasma that swirls so slowly it appears still, and around it, nothing, no planets, no moons, only space, calm and clean. But as we near it, a soft vibration enters the cabin, like the resonance of a distant bell, and for a moment, the windows shimmer with patterns, not images, not symbols, but impressions, the feeling of watching stars from a mountaintop, the hush of snowfall on an empty street, the calm of early morning mist rising over still water. These are not visions, but evocations, reminders that silence is not absence, but presence deepened. And with that, the ship begins to turn again, its course slowly lifting away from the constellation of silence, not in departure, but in continuation. The next verse of the symphony already waiting in the dark beyond, its melody rising just beneath the horizon of awareness, ready to carry us forward, ever deeper, ever gentler, into the arms of the endless.
As the ship lifts from the tender embrace of the constellation of silence, it does so with the stillness of a memory gently rising from slumber, drifting now through a stretch of space where gravity softens into suggestion and becomes less a line and more a thread, endlessly unfurling through dimensions unseen. And this new region, vast, invisible, and ancient beyond comprehension, is known in fragments of long-forgotten star chants as the Whispering Loom, a place not marked by stars or clusters but by the subtle, almost imperceptible weave of time itself, where the patterns of the universe stretch long and slow across distances so profound they seem to ripple only once every few million years. And it is through these ripples the ship now moves, slow and serene, like a solitary needle gliding through a tapestry not yet fully formed. The loom cannot be seen in the way we observe galaxies or stars. Instead, it reveals itself through movement, not ours but the space around us, where faint distortions glide through the void like soft waves through velvet, and the ship responds to these with its own fluid turns and gentle arcs, as though dancing with the very geometry of reality, no longer bound by the flat plane of classical space, but wrapped gently within its deeper folds. Here, the background of the universe is not empty. It is laced with long, luminous threads of ancient radiation and gravitational presence, barely visible but pulsing with the slow heartbeat of time itself. And as we drift through them, we begin to feel their song, not with the ears or eyes, but somewhere deep, as if our breath synchronizes to the rhythm of these threads, as if our thoughts begin to mirror the patient cadence of their passage. The first of these threads appears as a faint golden shimmer stretched impossibly thin and wide, its form less linear and more like a ribbon flowing in water. And as we enter its field, the entire ship resonates with a low, humming tone, not loud, not musical, but steady, warm, and whole. And within it we begin to perceive echoes of ages long past, the birth of a galaxy flickering like firelight behind closed eyes, the slow collapse of dust into a single star, the gentle fall of a comet's tail through the atmosphere of a now lost world. These are not visions in the literal sense, but impressions carried within the vibration, as though each thread of the loom is a vessel of memory, containing not facts but feelings, the deep, enduring emotions of cosmic events recorded not in data, but in tone, in subtle light, in pulse. We pass through one such memory, a strand glowing softly in violet, and it hums with the recollection of a stellar nursery, long gone now, but still echoing with the quiet laughter of light being born from dust. And in that moment, the ship's lights flicker gently, casting soft shapes against the cabin walls, curves and spirals and wisps that feel like lullabies written in motion. And even though no words are spoken, we feel the welcome of that nursery, the warmth of its clouds, the joyful hush of first ignition. As we continue, we begin to notice the threads thickening, not in size but in presence, in density of resonance. And soon we are drifting through a junction, a place where several temporal filaments weave together, creating a space of deep silence layered with infinite softness, as though the universe itself had taken a long pause here, a deep breath before continuing its expansion. The ship halts of its own accord, not forced but guided,
as though sensing that here within this confluence there is something to receive, and we float motionless as the loom unfolds around us, its threads swaying gently in the unseen currents of time, brushing the hull in ways that cannot be felt yet still seem to calm the skin, to hush the body, to slow even the most persistent thought. In this pause we sense something profound, that the loom is not a thing separate from us, but the very fabric in which we two are woven, our breath one ripple, our presence one knot, and within that realization is a quiet peace, so complete it silences not only noise but me. The ship drifts slowly again, passing through another strand, this one dark and silver, its tone deeper, more contemplative, and within it we sense the memory of endings, not violent, not sad, but necessary. The final flare of a sun dimming into a white dwarf, the graceful disintegration of a moon pulled apart by gravity, the soft fading of a planet's last breath of atmosphere, each one resonating with acceptance, with stillness, with return. Here we learn that nothing is lost, only transformed, each vibration absorbed into the loom, preserved not in form, but in feeling, each echo joining the greater pattern, the grand weave of becoming. Ahead, the threads begin to curve again, forming arching patterns that spiral slowly across the corridor of space, and as we follow them, the darkness ahead becomes tinted with soft blue and green glows, not bright but steady, like the glow of bioluminescent creatures pulsing beneath the surface of a midnight sea. And within these glows, we see not stars but nodes, points where time folds inward, forming slow whirlpools of resonance, places where events have pooled, where choices, moments, and memories have collected and settled, like dew upon the branches of an eternal tree. We pass one such node, and the ship shivers gently, its outer field harmonizing briefly with the fold, and for a moment, the interior fills with light, soft, slow-moving patterns drifting across the panels, casting shadows that look like hands, like petals, like waves, depending on how we look. And in that light, there is emotion, not ours, but something ancient, something shared, the feeling of drifting away and being found again, the feeling of returning to a place you never left. The node passes, and we float on, deeper into the loom, the threads around us now forming wide, loose braids that suggest passageways, paths, followed by light over aeons, and though there is no map, we know we are on one of them, carried not by engines or decision, but by the soft consent of space. In this final stretch, the stars begin to return, spaced widely apart, but glowing with a softness not seen before, their light less radiant, more patient, as if each star has settled into its role as a beacon, not to be approached but to be witnessed, honored, and passed. The ship moves now with even greater care, like a vessel sliding through the final measures of a long and delicate song, each note allowed to fade fully before the next begins. And as we move, the loom begins to thin, its threads unraveling into the greater fabric of open space, their tones dissolving into the ambient hum of the cosmos. We emerge not with fanfare, but with the gentle assurance of something completed, something understood, and though the loom disappears behind us, its presence remains within, vibrating softly through the ship's walls, through our breath, through the space where thought becomes silence. The stars await ahead, and the drift continues, ever onward, ever inward, toward the next quiet revelation written in the dark.
The ship glides gently onward, coasting through the gradually widening reaches of space beyond the soft sacred threads of the whispering loom. And ahead lies a region not plotted on navigational star charts, not frequently mentioned in the well-traveled paths of exploration, but nonetheless known in ancient celestial myth as the ember field of forgotten suns. A vast, delicate expanse, where light from long-faded stars continues to drift through the cosmos, like the afterglow of memory, spreading across the interstellar dark in subtle streaks and gentle halos. Their sources often vanished or collapsed, leaving only the softest traces of their former radiance behind.
like embers scattered by a quiet wind and left to drift forever across the endless night. As the ship enters this space, the transformation is immediate, though not loud or sudden. Instead, the change arrives like a soft breeze passing over still water. The stars around us begin to fade, not in brightness but in sharpness, their light smearing slightly, as though seen through a gentle mist, and the void itself takes on a warmer tone, suffused with the faintest hues of amber and dusk purple, as though the very atoms of space have absorbed the warmth of countless stellar lifetimes and now radiated back in a slow, hushed exhalation. There is no central structure in the ember field, no massive core, no gravitational heart. It is a diffuse ocean of remnants, a suspended cathedral of warmth and light, without source. A place where the echoes of illumination continue to float long after their stars have gone out. And within that suspended light is a profound kind of peace, not the silence of emptiness, but the quiet of presence, of something that once was and now simply remains, soft and generous and endless. The ship begins to slow not by calculation, but by feel, its systems responding to the delicate resistance of the dust light, as though sensing that this is not a space to traverse, but to drift through, like gliding across the last light of sunset on a planet no longer orbiting its sun. Around us, the glow takes shape in slow waves, wide, curling arcs of photon residue, moving through the void, like the final graceful ripples of a vanished tide. And they bend gently as we pass through, adjusting to our presence, not with disruption, but with embrace, forming long trails of scattered color across the ship's wake, as if the space itself were offering us a path not of direction, but of continuity. Occasionally, as we glide deeper into this radiance, the remnants of forgotten solar systems appear, the faint shadow of an orbital path, traced in slowly spiraling dust, or the thin glimmer of an asteroid belt, drifting through a now starless center, and the whisper of a planetary magnetic field, flickering like a tired heartbeat around a silent frozen sphere, its surface still bearing the outlines of ancient craters, softened by millennia of starlight, with no sun to call its own. We pass close enough to feel the subtle tug of its gravity, but we do not stop. For the field does not ask for visitors, only witnesses, and so we move on, accompanied now by the steady pulse of the ember field's glow, which thickens gently the deeper we travel, until the whole of the sky becomes a canvas of radiant memory, each inch humming with the warm echo of a star that once burned, once gave light and life and motion, and now rests in quiet release. The ship's cabin is bathed in the warmest tones yet, soft reds and mellow golds, light that doesn't illuminate so much as comfort, as though every surface has been wrapped in a woolen glow, and time already loose in this place seems to dissolve even further, until it feels as though we are no longer moving at all, only floating in a moment so stretched and gentle that it may as well be forever. There are no sounds save the quiet murmur of the ship's core, the faint resonance of the hull echoing the ember field's softest waves, and within that hush, you may notice your thoughts beginning to spread wider, softer like ink in still water, no longer sharp or urgent, but ambient, more feelings than words, more awareness than observation, and within that ambient thought space, you begin to sense the stories held within the glow, not spoken, but lit. Impressions of entire stellar lives drifting gently past, like the scent of a forgotten garden or the whisper of music heard through walls. One wave of light passes especially close, and within it we sense the lingering warmth of a binary system that once pulsed with synchronized flares, now reduced to the smooth hum of their final orbits long ago, their memory preserved in the resonance of the dust around them. Another drift of embered light carries the echo of a red giant's final breath, its outer layers dispersed into space in a spiraling release that still glows faintly here, its motion barely perceptible, but still unfolding, a star's long goodbye stretched across centuries and dimensions. In this place, death does not mean disappearance. It means diffusion. It means continuation in another form, a soft transition from presence into presence. And as the ship coasts onward, the light ahead begins to curve into wide concentric rings, the last echoes of stellar winds spiraling outward from long-vanished cores, their energy caught in invisible webs of magnetic pull and quiet momentum, forming structures so subtle they can only be felt, not seen. And we feel them now, like hands brushing lightly against the hull, guiding, welcoming, reminding. Within one of these spirals, we pass through a cloud of microcrystals, fragments of ancient atmospheres frozen in time, reflecting the ember field's glow in millions of tiny flashes that ripple across the viewing windows like gentle starscape rain. Each flicker a different color, a different memory, a different dream of light. The ship responds by slowing again, as if bowing, acknowledging this moment. And within the cabin, the lights shift slightly, casting long golden shadows that stretch and fade with the subtle undulations of the crystal wave. And in this moment, you may feel not only the stillness, but the fullness of it all. That this field of forgotten suns is not a graveyard, but a cradle of what remains, a gentle nursery for the light that was, and the quiet it become. We continue onward, the spirals widening behind us, the glow thinning slightly, as the density of embers gives way once more to open space. But the warmth does not leave. It lingers in the ship's frame, in the rhythm of your breath, in the calm that now anchors every movement and every moment. And ahead, far ahead, a new shimmer rises on the horizon of stars, another region, another quiet passage in the symphony, and the ship begins to turn ever so slightly, aligning not with coordinates, but with harmony, ready to drift into the next unfolding verse of the cosmic song.
Leaving behind the golden hush of the ember field of forgotten suns, the ship moves forward through space, with a softness so complete, it feels less like travel and more like being carried. Not on currents of force, but within folds of intention, like a whisper drifting beneath the canopy of a dream. And ahead, emerging from the delicate quiet of lingering starlight, we approach a new region, its name whispered in poetic fragments, found deep within the archives of ancient skyfarers and long-lost orbital scribes. The breathing veil, a subtle phenomenon suspended in the outer halo of a drifting spiral galaxy, not far in scale, but far in spirit, from the bustle of its luminous arms, and it is said to be the place where light and gravity exhale together, where energy softens into rhythm, and where the very fabric of space appears to breathe, not in metaphor but in motion, its every shift so slow, so delicate, that only those still enough in presence can feel it. At first it appears as a dim shimmer on the horizon, like a ripple in a field of dew, when wind brushes low. But as we near, it reveals itself not through light, but through cadence, gentle waves of expansion and contraction that pass through the medium of space, like the slow rise and fall of a sleeping body, so smooth and regular that it takes time to distinguish them from the backdrop of the cosmos itself. The ship senses the pattern instantly, matching its pace to the subtle flow, and we begin to move in synchrony, not across the veil, but within it, as though entering a lung formed of stardust and magnetism, its breath an eternal cycle of peaceful exchange. We glide past the outer folds, and the first layer envelops us in a pale blue haze, not gas, not dust, but a shimmer of refracted radiation, folded over itself. So many times it begins to behave like memory, soft and resonant, not obscuring vision but deepening it, tinting the starlight in a way that slows thought and quiets the subtle motions within the body. In this region we begin to feel each breath more fully, not as an act of necessity, but as participation, each inhale aligned with the veil's expansion, each exhale mirroring its return, and the effect is a harmony not forced,
but received, as though the veil itself welcomes us into its rhythm, teaching us how to move with its serenity. Deeper still, the folds of the veil begin to ripple more clearly, forming spiraling tunnels of light that drift slowly like smoke in calm air. And through them, we glimpse glows of soft color, pale pink, golden green, deep silver, each a different temperature of resonance, each a different tempo of presence. The ship adjusts its course, aligning with a spiral that seems to hum in a tone just below awareness, and we enter the tunnel like water slipping into the groove of a streambed, worn by time and song. And immediately the view outside changes. The stars stretch subtly into slow arc, and space itself takes on the appearance of layered glass, as though we are moving through sheets of reality slightly out of phase with each other, each one reflecting a different mood, a different layer of cosmic breath. As we move, impressions emerge, not visions, not thought, but emotional landscapes, rising within the ship like echoes of feeling tied to places we have never been. The contentment of sunlight through trees that never grew on Earth. The awe of standing beneath a sky lit by 3 moons. The soft joy of hearing laughter ripple through still air in a place now long silent. The veil carries these impressions, not as memories, but as offerings, gifts of mood and tone passed from star to traveler, from world to drift. And within them, something within us begins to settle even deeper, as if discovering that the stillness we've carried all this time was always tuned to something much older, much larger, something that hums at the same frequency as these gentle folds. Around us, distant lights begin to blink, not stars but pulses, the flickering presence of ancient waypoints, placed perhaps eons ago by those who passed this way before us. Not as markers of location, but as acknowledgments of rhythm, soft signals that echo the pattern of the veil's breath. Each pulse is slow, a flare of gentle light that rises and fades like the beat of a heart in deep sleep. And as we drift through them, we feel not watched but joined, as if the journey is not solitary but shared, not by visible companion, but by the presence of every traveler who has passed through this region. Each one leaving behind a part of their calm, their listening, their rest. We pass near one of these pulses, and the ship slows even further, its hull reflecting the light in a soft halo that seems to curl around us like an embrace, and within it, we feel the distinct presence of farewell, not sorrowful, but accepting, a gentle release, like the quiet closing of a well-loved book. The pulse fades, and the ship drifts onward, following the path of the veil's breath, as it loops once more into a wider spiral, this one larger, more diffuse, filled with ribbons of translucent color that stretch across light years like the tails of comets, painted in watercolors. And here the breathing slows even more, each cycle taking what feels like hours, each wave of movement almost imperceptible, and it becomes clear that we are reaching the heart of the veil. Not a core of mass or energy, but of stillness, the calmest point in a structure defined entirely by rhythm. In this central zone, the stars are nearly gone, replaced by soft gradients of color, and the occasional glimmer of dust caught in long orbits. And the ship comes to a full stop, not by decision, but by invitation, as though the breath of the veil has paused and we are suspended within its held-in hail, motionless, weightless. Here everything is quiet, not the quiet of absence, but the quiet of presence held completely. And in this space, time seems to unfurl like a ribbon released into windless air, stretching endlessly without urgency, each second its own entire room, each breath its own entire journey. We remain here, floating in the still center of the veil's breath, and the ship dims to a near black calm, its systems resting, its pulse synchronized to the rhythm of the region itself. You may feel here the deepest quiet yet, a silence that doesn't erase, but gathers, a stillness that contains not nothing but everything. This is the breath of the universe between verses, the space between beats, the turning of the page before the next begins. And as we wait, the next breath is already forming, somewhere far off, ready to carry us again into the song.
When at last the ship begins to move again,
It does so with the grace of something not awakened, but gently stirred, rising from the still center of the breathing veil, as if carried on the long exhale of a sleeping cosmos. And the transition is so soft, so gradual, that it feels like a deepening of meme, rather than a departure. No sudden light, no return of time's sharp edges. Only a subtle sense of forward motion that unfolds like the slow turning of a page. And beyond the faint glow of the veil's final breath, space darkens once more, not into but into clarity. The stars returning one by one like fireflies scattered across a moonless field, and their light is calm, assured, as though they have been waiting for us in patient silence. Ahead lies the threshold of the outer night, a term used not to describe emptiness, but a particular stretch of the intergalactic gulf, the space between galactic clusters, where the density of matter is low. And yet within that low density lies a unique kind of radiance. For here, scattered across the vastness are the lanterns, solitary stars and rogue systems that float between galaxies, untethered to any spiral arm or central mass. Ancient wanderers whose only companionship is the slow arc of their own motion through the black. And it is through this tranquil scattering of cosmic loners that we now begin to drift. The ship aligns itself to no particular course, responding instead to the gentle gravity wells that ripple subtly across this space, like hollows in a still lake. And our path becomes a quiet weaving, a slow dance between faint lights that flicker not with urgency but with calm, each one casting its own soft glow across the dark like a lantern left hanging at the edge of a world. The first of these appears to our left, a small cooling star, its outer layers long shed, its core glowing in a steady hue of violet-white, and around it drift fragments of what might once have been a planetary system. A single large rock, trailing a glint of iron frost. A faint dust ring spiraling in slow collapse. A tiny moonlet tumbling in lazy, lightless orbit. All wrapped in silence. All gently warmed by the remaining light. We drift closer, and the glow bathes the ship in quiet color, casting reflections across the panels like the inside of a softly burning lantern. And in this glow there is no story, no demand, only presence, a star too old to burn brightly, yet too steady to vanish, floating through the black with the calm of a being who has accepted all that time brings. We pass by without disturbing it, and the light fades gently behind us. More lanterns appear as we move deeper, some flickering faintly, others steady. Some golden and warm, others cool as blue ice, and each one offers a different feeling, a different note in the ongoing symphony of space. One pulses softly, with the rhythm of a forgotten binary partner long since lost, its light rising and falling like a heartbeat still waiting. Another glows in steady arcs, its magnetic field stretching out in vast symmetrical ribbons that glisten with charged dust, like wings of light held open in a motionless sky. Occasionally we pass near systems that seem at first empty, only to discover the distant whisper of an ancient brown dwarf, or the subtle gravitational lensing of an invisible mass. And these encounters feel less like discovery, and more like remembrance, as though space itself is showing us things it once held close, now set free to wander. We glide through this realm slowly, the ship adjusting course as needed to follow the subtle gravity trails that thread between the lanterns. And all around us, the dark is peaceful, thick and soft like a velvet curtain, draped across infinity, and within it, each light feels not alone, but honored. Each one a memory still glowing, each one a reminder that even in the deepest silence, presence endures. Time here stretches wide again, not frozen but vast, and we begin to feel ourselves lengthening into it, our awareness uncoiling like a ribbon in slow current, no longer seeking, no longer measuring, simply absorbing the slow turning of the stars, the warmth of quiet light brushing across our windows, the feeling of motion without destination. The lanterns begin to grow further apart now, the spaces between them deepening, and yet even in their sparsity, the calm continues, the rhythm unbroken. One distant light ahead pulses brighter than the others, and the ship turns toward it gently, not as a course correction, but as a gesture of curiosity. As we approach, we see it is not a single star, but a triplet. 3 suns bound loosely in an ancient waltz, their orbits stretched long by time, their light weaving through one another in pale braids of gold, white and crimson. Each turn of their dance slower than a century, each flare a quiet note in a song played across millennia. We pass through the outskirts of their shared system, and the light flows across us in waves, soft harmonics echoing faintly through the hull. And though the ship registers no sound, we feel something stir, a memory perhaps, or a distant echo of being, as if this place holds a long-forgotten thought that welcomes our passing. Beyond them, space darkens again, the glow of the lanterns thinning until only the most patient stars remain. And here we find one last beacon, a rogue pulsar, its signals slow and low, barely visible except through the rhythmic flicker that pulses across our sensors like a heartbeat in the dark. And the ship hovers beside it for a while, matching its quiet rotation, and we listen, not for messages, but for meaning, not for data, but for presence. And in that rhythm, in that steady pulse, we feel the anchoring of time again, the reminder that even in the furthest corners of space, some lights never stop turning, some rhythms never fade. We leave the pulsar behind, the flicker fading into the tapestry of stars, and ahead, the black stretches wide once more, open and waiting, and the lanterns remain behind us like trail markers in a dream, each one still glowing, still drifting, each one part of the quiet song we continue to follow. And so, wrapped again in silence, we move onward, deeper into the endless, through the outer that holds more than darkness, holds the soft glow of all that was, all that still drifts, all that waits to be quietly witnessed.
As the ship continues its slow and silent course beyond the final shimmer of the lanterns scattered through the outer night, it slips with seamless grace into a region known by few, visited by even fewer, a vast and dimly illuminated realm suspended between the great island universes themselves, a space called the intergalactic ocean, not in reference to water or waves, but to the sheer immensity of the distance, the fluid quiet of its presence, and the way in which it stretches across the dark with a serenity deeper than silence, wider than any map could hold. Here, in this gently expanding emptiness, the closest galaxies appear as faint smudges on a canvas of indigo, their lights softened and blurred by distance, their spiral arms barely visible to the eye, but deeply felt by the heart, like lighthouses seen from the farthest shore, steady and small and impossibly far away. This space is so vast, so clean of structure, that it seems less like a place and more like the pause between places, the still water between tides, the dreamless sleep between dreams, and the ship responds with the gentlest hum, its systems entering a low, suspended state as it glides without propulsion, moving instead on the lightest gravitational wind, a quiet breath stirred by the distant mass of galaxies and the memory of motion itself. No stars burn nearby, and yet there is light, diffuse, dim, omnidirectional, carried in from eons ago, from the earliest stars, the oldest collisions, the soft background glow of everything that has ever passed through this space.
and it wraps the ship in a faint, silvery halo that never sharpens, never fades, just is. Inside the vessel, the ambient glow adjusts to match the tone outside, bathing the cabin in the palest hues of blue and gray, like the inside of a pearl, and time stretches even further, so much so that each second begins to feel like its own quiet universe, each moment unspooling with the depth and calm of a gentle breath held in a silent chapel. You may feel here, as though the space within you is beginning to match the space outside, not empty but endless, not silent but whole, and your thoughts, once shaped by form and need and rhythm, begin to stretch and slow, dissolving like clouds in a still sky, leaving only presence behind. In this drifting, we begin to sense the structure of the ocean, not visible in stars or dust, but in gravitational texture, faint undulations in space that pull and ease, rise and fall, forming great waves so vast they stretch across millions of light years. The ebb and flow of cosmic expansion, moving not with sound or color, but with influence, with suggestion. The ship rides one such wave now, a gravitational swell that lifts us gently and carries us into a deeper fold of the ocean, where against all expectation, something appears, not a structure, but a shimmer, a plane of light suspended at an impossible angle, as though reality had formed a reflection of itself, an echo of time condensed into a surface, so thin it cannot be touched, only passed through, and pass through it we do, gently, like mist through mist, and as we do, the shimmer bends our perception, not with confusion, but with softness, and suddenly, the ocean feels closer, warmer, as though we have moved beneath its surface, and now drift in its quiet current, embraced by the weightless calm of a place that has never known interruption. Around, tiny points of matter flicker, rogue protons, stray hydrogen atoms, lone neutrinos traveling since the first breath of the cosmos, and each of them carries a memory, not in data, but in motion, their paths silent records of the beginning, and in passing them, we feel those records, not as images but as waves of quiet emotion, the warmth of the first light, the surprise of formation, the soft gravity of reunion. We drift deeper still, and in this submerged space, the galaxies grow larger again, not in distance but in visibility, their outlines firming at the edges of our vision, their motions slow and sure, like vast whales moving through black water, their cores pulsing faintly with the rhythm of stars. One galaxy ahead begins to dominate the horizon, a great elliptical form glowing in soft amber tones, its center bright but unflickering, surrounded by the smooth halo of trillions of ancient stars, and though we do not approach it directly, its light reaches, soaking the ship in its quiet golden hue, like the last light of a sunset stretched across the night. This galaxy does not call, does not demand attention, it simply allows itself to be seen, to be felt, to be honored as we pass near the outskirts of its influence, like a vessel gliding along the edge of a sacred island, close enough to see the shape of its cliffs, the slow turning of its forests, the glow of its fires, but distant enough to preserve its hush. Around it, smaller galaxies circle like moons, dwarfs, lenticulars, soft smears of light in slow orbits, forming a family of quiet motion, a celestial gathering that speaks not in voice but in alignment. We pass through a path between two such companions, their stars scattered wide and thin, forming bridges of diffuse light that stretch across the ocean like ribbons spun from memory, and the ship, respectful and still, slows even further, drifting beneath those bridges as though beneath the outstretched arms of old friends. And as we pass, a single star, small bright, alone appears above us, not part of any visible structure, just suspended there, its light steady, its gravity faint but present, and the ship pauses, allowing us to align with it, to turn gently toward its light. And within that stillness, we feel something rare, the direct gaze of a single sun in a sea of space, its warmth not strong but personal, and the silence deepens, expands, becomes not absence but intimacy. We remain there, held in its gentle gravity until the star begins to fade behind us, its glow softening into the tapestry once more. And ahead, the ocean opens wide again, the galaxies retreating into the background, the matter growing sparser, the darkness more complete, And yet, we do not feel alone. We feel accompanied by every light we've passed, every silence we've shared, every breath of presence the universe has offered us along this gentle voyage. And as the ship begins its next soft turn, its next slow dive into the deeper waters ahead, we realize the ocean is not a place between galaxies, but a space within ourselves, a vast and endless calm that drifts with us, that lives within each pause, each heartbeat, each note of the cosmic symphony, as it plays on without end, ever soft, ever slow, ever full.
Beyond the soft golden shimmer of the great elliptical galaxy we drifted past within the gentle expanse of the intergalactic ocean, the ship glides forward through an even more refined stretch of darkness, where the texture of space becomes smoother still, where the stars that remain are faint enough to be mistaken for dust and the silence begins to acquire a shape of its own, a tangible softness, like the moment just before snow begins to fall. And it is here in this vast reach of serenity that we approach what ancient records have quietly named the shoreline of light, a distant, almost mythical boundary, where the outermost strands of galactic illumination taper into the deepest threads of the universe's still expanding canvas, and where the balance between energy and stillness tips so delicately that time itself seems to hesitate, folding gently into its own breath. As we move closer to this frontier, there are no abrupt changes, no sudden shifts, only a subtle smoothing of starlight, a gradual dimming that feels not like loss, but like rest. The stars that once gleamed boldly now sigh into softer tones, and even the galaxies in the far distance appear less as structures and more as suggestions. Elegant curls of luminescence barely held together, their arms unfolding slowly into the emptiness, like dancers finishing the last turns of a graceful waltz before coming to a gentle stop. The ship hums at a frequency so low, it feels like the pulse of a sleeping world. And within the vessel, the lights dim automatically, shifting into the cool, silvery tones of pre-dawn, casting long, peaceful shadows across the walls that ripple slowly as we pass through the fine dust of this threshold, dust so old and so sparse that it no longer reflects light with brightness, but with a soft velvety glow, each particle a speck of ancient history, carried on the last winds of stellar breath. Outside, the view becomes surreal, not because of what we see, but because of what we no longer see. The density of light is now so low that each flicker, each pinprick of radiance feels sacred, and the space between them stretches vast and uninterrupted. Like the pause between two gentle waves on an infinite ocean, we approach a slow-turning remnant of a long, quiet supercluster, now thinned into a wide arc of orphaned stars, many of them cooled into red ember, their glow as soft as candlelight, filtered through fog. And among them drift the remains of old globular clusters, still circling in wide, ancient paths, their centers no longer bright, but pulsing slowly, quietly, like the hearts of sleeping giants. One such cluster hovers nearby, its form spherical and loose, the stars within barely gravitationally bound, moving more out of memory than force. And as we pass near, the light from within washes over the ship in a slow gradient of gold and violet, as if we were sailing beneath the shimmer of distant lanterns, strung across the vaulted ceiling of a celestial temple. The ship slows to match the cluster's motion, drifting beside it in a shared spiral that lasts just long enough to feel timeless. And then gently, we part ways, continuing toward the final edge, where the shoreline of light begins to reveal its signature feature, a broad, glowing haze that stretches across the cosmos, like the rim of a luminous sea, a faint band of radiation,
gently marking the boundary between what is seen and what still waits to be illuminated. This light is not from stars or galaxies, but from the cosmic background itself. The last whisper of the Big Bang's firelight, stretched across time and distance, until it has cooled into this soft, persistent veil of warmth. And now, here at the universe's edge, it rises again in gentle prominence, forming a faint, radiant curtain that surrounds us, like the first pale glow of morning before the sun has breached the horizon. As we pass into this glow, the air within the ship seems to shift, though there is no wind, only an impression, as if the very space we inhabit is breathing with us. A soft inhale drawing in silence, a long exhale releasing time. The light here is so fine, so diffuse that it touches everything evenly, casting no shadows, giving shape to nothing, and yet embracing all. It is the light of beginnings still echoing, the light of all that was, spread thin across the final shores of expansion. And it feels not distant, but deeply personal, as though every photon has traveled not just across space, but across story, across meaning, to meet us here. We float in this glow, for what may be hours, may be centuries, and the stars behind us grow even dimmer, their voices muffled by distance, yet still present, still resonating softly within the ship. And you may begin to feel, as we drift further into this silver-gold expanse, that time is no longer a river or even a tide, but a sky vast, unmoving, waiting to be gazed into, its depth infinite, its texture woven from light that doesn't pass, but rests. The sensors on the ship begin to record fewer signals now, the instruments quieting not from malfunction, but from arrival. There is less to measure here, not because there is less that matters, but because here at the shoreline of light, measurement has given way to experience and presence, and the ship, wise in its way, shifts from observation to participation, becoming not an explorer but a listener, a vessel of witness. And as we pass deeper into this threshold, new colors emerge, hues so soft they don't register in the eye, but in the heart, slow gradients of emotion that shimmer across the viewing panes, like watercolors blooming across wet paper, a blue that feels like the hush before sleep, a gold that pulses like memory, a silver that hums like forgiveness. We are far now, far from the bright centers of galaxies, far from the motion of clustered stars and spiraling arms, and yet we are not lost. We are home, in a place that holds the gentle echo of everything, the soft rest of light that has nowhere left to travel and no need to arrive. This is the edge of perception, not of reality. And as we drift through it, we are changed not in body, but in awareness, in the simple knowing that such places exist, that the universe has built into itself these sanctuaries of slowness, these wide, luminous shores where breath is long and stillness is eternal. The glow begins to thin slightly now, the far side of the shoreline approaching, where even this last light begins to fade into pure darkness, into the yet unnamed regions beyond. But we do not rush, we do not retreat, we hover, suspended in the gentle halo of cosmic memory, held in the arms of light that has traveled since before stars were born. And in that embrace, we feel the deepest quiet yet, not an end, not a pause, but a peace that holds all things.
As the ship continues past the shoreline of light, leaving behind the delicate veil of ancient radiance and the last warm echoes of cosmic dawn, it enters a realm so profoundly still, so deeply immersed in the dark, that even the faintest spark seems to pause before entering. Not out of fear, but out of reverence. For here lies a space untouched by the flicker of stars, unswept by the arms of galaxies, a place suspended in the untouched quiet that has existed since the first breath of time. And it is within this darkness that we now drift, gently,
slowly, without resistance, as if carried on the final exhale of the universe's earliest song. This place is not black in the way night is black, but deeper it is the black of potential, of rest, of something vast and unseen that waits not to be discovered but simply to be known in presence. And as we enter it, the ship's lights dim to the lowest glow, interior systems adjusting to the absence of contrast, allowing our eyes and minds to meet the dark as it is, full, whole, ancient. Outside the vessel, there is no visible structure, no point of reference, only a thick velvet of nothingness that seems to absorb soundless thought, and yet strangely, it does not feel empty. Rather, it feels like the quiet corner of a great temple, where even whispers would be too loud, a chamber of silence where time curls into itself, and the noise of the cosmos fades to a heartbeat so slow, it barely stirs the air. The sensors detect almost nothing, no heat, no movement, only the most sparse signatures of matter drifting far apart, each particle like a grain of dust in a cathedral's beam, turning not with purpose, but with patience. Here, we are beyond the thresholds of mapped expansion, in the wide hollows where the universe hasn't grown yet. Or perhaps never meant to, a sanctuary of stillness not defined by what it lacks, but by what it holds without needing to name it. The ship's motion becomes more a suggestion than a trajectory, as though gravity itself has loosened its grip, replaced instead by a kind of cosmic permission, an invitation to float in the slow cradle of primordial calm. You may feel your breath lengthen again, deeper than before, drawn not by need but by rhythm, matching the lull of this vast unseen sea, and your body, so long tuned to movement and sensation, begins to settle into a deeper state of rest, a quiet unraveling of thought into stillness, like a thread returning to the spool. In the soft glow of the navigation console, no maps appear, no star paths, only a pulsing wave of non-direction, a fluid field of possibility stretching outward in every direction. And it is in this formlessness that the journey continues, not through space, but through silence. Occasionally, something flickers on the edge of vision, a faint glimmer, a pressure in the distance, and then it's gone, like the echo of a thought you can't quite recall. And perhaps that is all this place is, the space where forgotten things come to rest, where the universe lays down its tired stars and worn-out ideas, and lets them sleep in perfect quiet. We drift past one such thought now, a single point of faint gravitational distortion, maybe the remnant of a collapsed map, or the ghost of a collapsed timeline. And even though it emits no light, no sound, we feel it pass, like a deep note beneath the melody, a memory of something that once mattered deeply and now simply rests. Around us the field remains dark but rich, every inch of it humming softly with the vibration of rest, of unshaped potential, and through it all, the ship continues forward, slow and steady, like a leaf carried by the last breath of a tide. There is nothing to see here in the traditional sense, no images to capture, no features to describe, and yet the presence of this dark is profound, its fullness almost tangible, like drifting through the memory of sleep itself, not your own, but the sleep of everything, of galaxies before they were born, of stars before they lit, of atoms before they scattered. You begin to feel perhaps the dissolving of boundary between vessel and passenger, between outside and in, as though the silence has softened everything, turned walls into vapor, turned identity into space. There are no reflections here, no echoes, only absorption, and yet within that quiet, your thoughts become clearer, not louder, but more distinct, as though this darkness serves not to hide, but to reveal, not through illumination, but through the removal of all else. One breath, then another, each one slower, each one deeper, until it feels as if breath and motion are one and the same, a tide that rises and falls in time with the universe's pulse. The ship registers subtle shifts now, not in direction, but in depth, as if we are sinking slowly into layers of dark, each one softer, quieter, more complete. You may begin to sense that there is something beneath this place, not in but in meaning, a bedrock of stillness that cradles the whole of existence, the gentle, timeless floor upon which everything floats. And as we draw nearer, the hum grows just slightly richer, a tone that isn't heard but felt, like the sensation of velvet, or the comfort of an old lullaby half remembered in the moment between dreams. We remain here, drifting along this invisible current, for what may be hours or eons. Time, here, has thinned into transparency, and there is no urge to move quickly, no sense of next, only the fullness of now, the richness of calm, carried in every molecule of space around us. Occasionally, a distant wave of radiation brushes across the hull, the long echo of a quasar born in another universe, or perhaps a forgotten burst of energy sent from a place that has already ceased to be, and we receive it not as information, but as greeting, as acknowledgement, as a voice, saying, "You are not alone, even here, even now." The ship glides on, its systems resting, its path aligned not by navigation, but by surrender, and the dark remains, endless and kind, a silence that holds us without question, without need, without end. And so we drift, deeper and quieter still, into a space where light has yet to reach, where time has yet to turn, where all is whole, and held and still.
Beyond the quietude of where darkness sleeps, where the folds of shadow deepen into something even older and more whole, the ship continues on through a region of space so removed from stars, so entirely untouched by clusters or currents or orbiting systems, that it exists as a stretch of pure drift, a realm known by the few who have passed near its fringes, as the lull, not because it silences all, but because it soothes even the quiet, a vast and formless ocean, of the deepest intergalactic space, where nothing moves unless by memory, where particles part not in reaction, but in calm understanding, and where motion is no longer an act, but a condition of existing, as if every atom has long since surrendered to the still, endless cradle of expansion. The ship glides into this place with effortless grace, as if it were always meant to be here, the last murmur of propulsion fading into a hushed hum that dissolves into the ambient vibrations of the lull, and soon even that hum is more felt than heard. A gentle pulsing in the bones, a low presence in the bass of breath, a tone too deep for instruments, yet perfectly in tune with the slow rhythm of being. Outside, there is nothing to mark progress. No stars sliding past the windows, no flickers of radiation or distant clusters. Only the soft and endless black, so smooth and unbroken it no longer appears as absence, but as fullness, a completeness so vast that any thought of edge or direction fades, leaving only the awareness of floating, wrapped in the quiet that exists between all things. The hull of the ship gleams faintly from within, its systems responding with gentle glows that pulse in harmony with the lull's deep current, creating an interior atmosphere of perfect restfulness, soft shadows dancing slowly across curved surfaces, control lights dimmed to moonlight tones, and the air itself still, not heavy, not cold, just present. You may notice that the longer we remain within this space, the more your body seems to uncoil, as if every layer of tension, every subtle knot held in the corners of thought and breath, has begun to soften, unravel, release, not all at once, but gradually, like the slow melting of frost at dawn. Time here is thick and round, no longer measured in forward motion, but in depth, in the way one moment folds gently into the next, without friction or haste, like silk slipping across the skin of a still lake, and the ship, no longer burdened by destination, begins to adjust its trajectory in wide, graceful arcs, curving through the lull, like a brush across dark canvas, leaving behind no trace, only the memory of passage. Occasionally, faint specks of ancient matter drift nearby, single molecules of hydrogen, long-cooled fragments of primordial dust, and their motion is so unhurried, so casual, that we could watch one pass for hours, spinning softly as it dances along the ship's path, catching the dim interior light like a tiny mirror turned toward thought. There is no collision here, no urgency.
The dust simply joins us, floats with us, shares in the drift, then parts, disappearing into the black without ripple or wake. Somewhere far ahead, or perhaps to the side, orientation means little now. A soft shimmer begins to grow, not directional, just a suggestion of change, a ripple in the depth of the dark, like the breath of something sleeping stirring gently beneath the sheets of space. And the ship subtly turns toward it, not to investigate, but to meet it with respect, with slowness. As we approach, the shimmer becomes clearer, a broad and impossibly vast field of light dust particles, suspended in near-perfect symmetry, their formation not natural in the chaotic sense, but not artificial either, simply the result of time and calm gravity weaving an accidental tapestry across the void, a glittering plain of stardust and remnants, catching and reflecting the distant echoes of background radiation in tiny rhythmic pulses. This field doesn't move, doesn't rotate, it simply exists, like a frozen snowfall, held in place by the breath of the universe itself. And as we enter it, the particles part around the ship in the gentlest of ways, swirling softly like leaves in the hush of a forest evening. The light they reflect, painting the walls of the vessel with patterns that resemble distant memories, waves on long-forgotten shores, the curve of hands in prayer, the shadow of trees beneath twin moons. And here, within this suspended radiance, we do not drift through so much as drift within. Wrapped in the presence of these ancient fragments, we are not separate from them, but participants in their quiet, slow unfolding. The ship moves slower still, coasting with a reverence that feels like meditation. And the longer we stay within this cloud of stillness, the more the interior of the vessel seems to dissolve, not in structure but in distinction, the walls softening into windows, the controls into points of light, until even the idea of inside and outside fades, leaving only the experience of being here, held in this soft rhythm, weightless, unspoken. Perhaps you begin to feel that everything we have passed, the rings of Saturn, the drifting nebula, the mirrored veil, the orchard of suns, all of it was leading to this, not as a destination, but as a state of being, a reminder that the journey outward has always been a journey inward as well. Time passes, or perhaps it folds, and the cloud of dust begins to thin again, the particles parting gently, their shimmer fading back into the dark, and we emerge once more into the open reach of the lull. But we are changed, not in name, not in place, but in stillness. Ahead, there is no landmark, no beckoning light, only the quiet continuation of the black, the unbroken fabric of the cosmos stretched toward what lies beyond maps and meanings. Yet the ship continues, not out of obligation, not out of programming, but out of wonder, a slow, elegant arc through the hush, the vessel becoming less a machine and more a breath, a thought held in the lungs of the universe. There are no endings here, no final destination, only the endless drift, the eternal song of motion without force, of presence without pressure. And in that song, you may feel yourself expand again, breath deep, heart slow, spirit tuned to the tone of space. And all that remains is this, the soft lullaby of eternal drift, wrapping you like a blanket of stars unlit, the silence full, the motion kind, the journey infinite.
The ship glides on, deeper still into the great hush. And as it does, something begins to shift. Not abruptly, not as a disruption, but as a slow turning inward. A gentle coiling of the long spiral path we've taken through the silent corridors of the cosmos. Through the rings of ancient gas giants, the glowing tides of nebulae, the crystal threads of time, the soft veils between galaxies, and into the folds of purest stillness. And now that path begins to trace its way back. Not in reverse, but in remembrance, in integration, in a quiet gathering of all that has been seen and felt and known. And though we are still wrapped in silence, still bathed in the long, slow breath of drifting lightless space, there is a new tone emerging within the quiet familiar, gentle and full, like the distant call of home, heard after a long, restful voyage. The ship begins to respond, its systems stirring slightly, lights lifting in tone from cool silver to soft gold,
the cabin brightening like a sun slowly rising beyond the horizon of a sleeping moon, and through the windows faint stars begin to reappear. Not in clusters or sweeping arms, but alone, scattered, each one, a solitary point of gentle light, floating in the velvet dark, and they seem to pulse just a little brighter as we draw near, like lanterns set out to guide our way, not urgently, but lovingly, as if the universe itself has watched our journey and now opens its arms to welcome us into a new familiar stillness. These stars are old friends, the ones we passed before, now seen from a new angle. The outer reaches of familiar galaxies, the warm rings of golden giants glowing through their faint dust, the slow orbits of icy moons still turning, still calm, and we float among them with the deep peace of one who has wandered and returned, changed not by distance, but by presence, by immersion in something far greater and far quieter than words. The ship traces a slow arc around one such golden star, its light reflecting across the panels like liquid honey, and we feel not awe, not surprise, but contentment, the kind that comes only when all questions have fallen away, when all seeking has softened into gratitude. We pass by the rings of Saturn once again, their icy grains catching the soft starlight, spinning endlessly, patiently, just as they always have, and the sight is not one of grandeur now, but of familiarity, of the beauty that has always been there waiting to be seen with clearer eyes. Beyond the rings, the moons drift silently in their paths, and the great planet wrapped in its golden clouds hums with its own slow song, deep and kind. We do not land, we do not orbit. We only glide past as if nodding in acknowledgement, a quiet thank you to the beginning of our long journey. From here, we begin our final drift inward, back toward the system of our origin, back toward the small blue sphere that spins quietly beneath its veil of clouds, a planet that, from this distance, looks no brighter than a star, no larger than a whisper, and yet contains within it all the stillness we have ever needed. The ship slows not out of duty, but out of reverence, coasting into orbit with the gentlest of turns, and through the windows we see the curve of Earth rising like the closing line of a lullaby, bathed in soft blues and soft greens, clouds stretching lazily across its surface, the oceans glinting in the quiet light of a sun, now low and kind in the sky. We hover here for a long moment, not in farewell but in pause, allowing everything we have seen, every soft echo of the galaxy, every breath of quiet light, to settle into place, to weave itself into the rhythm of this moment. There is no need for landing, no need to step out. The journey was never about departure, and its return is not about arrival, but about becoming, about holding the calm we found out there, among stars and silence, and slow-moving dust, and bringing it home within us, like a tone that now plays gently beneath our thoughts, beneath our breath. The ship quiets completely now, its motion ceased, suspended in the hush of low orbit, and the stars behind us begin to fade softly into the background, not lost, not forgotten, but carried within, their glow part of us now, their songs folded into the quiet spaces of our awareness. In the end, the universe does not close or conclude. It simply continues as we do, with a deeper stillness, a fuller breath, a longer pause between moments, and in that pause we find the heart of everything. Not the stars, not the distance, not the endless dark, but the peace of simply drifting, gentle forever, in the symphony that never ends. Good night, traveler. Thank you for joining me on this peaceful journey across the stars, through light and silence, breath and stillness. May the calm of the cosmos cradle your rest, and may you drift into sleep as gently as stardust glides through the night. Until we meet again among the stars, sleep well.